Lewis and Clark's first encounter with the native nations, the people who already knew the way. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight, we are going back more than 200 years to a time when the western half of North America was still largely unknown to most Americans. There were no modern highways cutting across the continent, no paved roads, no satellite maps, no airplanes crossing the mountains in a few hours. There were only rivers, forests, grasslands, mountains, storms, and thousands of miles of land that many Americans had never seen. But that land was not empty. Long before Lewis and Clark arrived, native nations had lived across these territories for generations. They knew the rivers. They knew the mountains. They knew where the animals moved when winter came. They knew which plants could be eaten, which waters were safe to drink, and which trails could lead a traveler through difficult country. And in 1804, when Meriwether Lewis and William Clark began their famous expedition westward, they were entering a world that was already deeply known by the people who lived there. Their journey would become one of the most famous expeditions in American history. But some of the most important moments of that journey did not happen when Lewis and Clark discovered a new river or climbed a mountain. They happened when they met people who had never heard their voices before, people who spoke languages they did not understand, people whose traditions were completely different from their own, and people who sometimes had no reason to trust these strange travelers appearing from the east. Tonight, we will follow the expedition into that world. Slowly, quietly, one river at a time. And we will see what happened when Lewis and Clark finally came face to face with the native nations who already knew the land they were trying to cross. The river that led west. In the spring of 1804, the expedition was preparing to leave. The men gathered near the Missouri River. Their boats were loaded. Their weapons were prepared. Their supplies were packed. Barrels of food and equipment were placed carefully inside the boats. There were maps, scientific instruments, clothing, ammunition, tools, medicine, trade goods, and countless other items that the explorers believed they would need. The expedition was not a small adventure. It was a major undertaking. President Thomas Jefferson had ordered Lewis to explore the western interior of North America and search for a practical route across the continent. Clark would help lead the expedition. The goal was ambitious. They were supposed to travel up the Missouri River, cross the western mountains, find a route to the Pacific Ocean, and return with information about the land, animals, plants, rivers, geography, and people they encountered. But there was one problem. Lewis and Clark did not truly know what was waiting for them. They had maps. They had reports. They had rumors. But rumors were not the same as experience. The western interior remained uncertain. The river itself was powerful and unpredictable. Its current could move slowly in one place and violently in another. Sandbars shifted. Storms appeared suddenly. Trees could fall into the water. And beyond the river stood an enormous continent. The men understood that survival would depend on their ability to learn. And one of the most important things they would have to learn was how to communicate with people they had never met. Because the farther west they traveled, the more frequently they would encounter native nations. Some encounters would be peaceful. Some would be cautious. Some would be complicated. And all of them would teach the expedition something. A world already occupied. To understand the expedition, it is important to imagine the landscape as it really was. The men of the expedition did not travel through an empty wilderness. They traveled through the homelands of many native peoples. These nations had their own languages, their own political systems, their own families and communities, their own spiritual traditions, their own trade networks, their own knowledge of the land, and their own relationships with neighboring nations. The Missouri River was not simply a geographical feature. It was part of a living world. People traveled along it, hunted beside it, fished in it, traded along its banks, built communities near it, and passed knowledge about it from one generation to another. For native people who lived along the river, the arrival of Lewis and Clark was not the beginning of history. It was the arrival of something new into an already existing history. This distinction would become important. Lewis and Clark were searching for information, but the people they met already possessed enormous amounts of information. The explorers needed guides. They needed food. They needed horses. They needed knowledge about mountain passes. They needed information about rivers and weather. And sometimes, they simply needed someone who understood where they were. In many ways, the expedition's survival depended upon knowledge that belonged to people who had lived on the continent long before the expedition arrived. The first meetings. As the expedition moved farther upriver, the landscape slowly changed. The forests became different. The open plains seemed almost endless. The sky stretched from horizon to horizon. At night, the stars appeared enormous. The men often camped beside the river. A fire burned quietly. The boats rested near the shore. The horses were secured. Some men stood watch. Others prepared food. And somewhere beyond the circle of firelight, the vast landscape continued into darkness. For the expedition members, these nights were unfamiliar. For native peoples living in the region, such landscapes were home. The difference was enormous. Imagine standing beside a river at night and knowing that somewhere in the darkness there may be another community, another camp, another group of travelers. You may not know exactly where they are, but you know the land. You know the trails. You know the river bends. You know where people usually travel. Lewis and Clark had none of that knowledge. They were learning it one day at a time. And eventually, they began encountering native people directly. At first, every encounter carried uncertainty. The explorers did not know how they would be received. The native people did not know exactly who these strangers were. Were they traders? Military men? Hunters? Representatives of a distant government? Friends? Enemies? No one could immediately know. Language created another barrier. Gestures became important. Objects became important. Trade goods became important. And perhaps most importantly, reputation became important. A peaceful meeting could open a path forward. A misunderstanding could create danger. The expedition leaders understood this. Lewis and Clark therefore tried to make their intentions clear. They carried gifts and trade items specifically because they understood that diplomacy would be essential. But diplomacy is never simply a matter of handing someone a gift. Trust cannot be created instantly. It has to be built. The meaning of a gift. Among the objects Lewis and Clark carried were items that might seem ordinary today. Small tools, clothing, beads, metal objects, decorative items, other manufactured goods. To the explorers, these were trade and diplomatic supplies. But to the people receiving them, the objects could have different meanings. A metal tool could be useful. A piece of clothing could be valuable. A decorative item could carry social meaning. A gift could communicate peaceful intentions. The explorers understood that they were entering unfamiliar political territory. They needed people to understand that the expedition did not necessarily intend immediate conflict. So they used the language of diplomacy that was available to them. They offered gifts. They exchanged goods. They spoke through interpreters when possible. They used gestures. They listened. And sometimes they waited. That patience could be more important than any weapon, because the expedition was traveling deeper into territories where they were guests, strangers, or outsiders. The first great lesson, one of the earliest lessons the expedition learned, was simple. They were not alone. The Western continent was filled with people, and these people were connected to one another. A native community might know about another nation many miles away. A trader might carry news across enormous distances. A traveler might know which river was dangerous. A hunter might know where buffalo could be found. A village might possess information about distant mountain that Lewis and Clark had never seen. The expedition's journey, therefore, became partly a journey through a network of human knowledge. Every conversation could provide information. Every meeting could reveal another piece of the continent. The explorers were creating maps, but the people they met were providing the knowledge that made those maps useful. A quiet evening on the Missouri. One evening, the expedition stopped along the river. The day had been long. The men had worked with the boats for hours. The Missouri continued flowing beside them, dark and steady beneath the evening sky. The camp slowly became quiet. A few men prepared food. Others repaired equipment. Someone checked the animals. The fire crackled. The smell of smoke drifted into the cool air. Far away, the plains disappeared into darkness. For a moment, everything was still. Then one of the men noticed movement. Not far away, a group of figures appeared at a distance. The camp became alert. Weapons were nearby, but the expedition leaders did not immediately assume violence. They watched. The figures approached slowly. Neither side fully understood the other. There was no shared language, no familiar introduction. Only distance, silence, and curiosity. This was the beginning of the kind of moment that would repeat itself throughout the expedition. Two worlds meeting beside a river, neither knowing exactly what would happen next. Lewis and Clark understood that one wrong movement could change everything. So they waited. They watched, and they prepared to communicate. Not with long speeches, but with gestures, with expressions, with objects, with patience, and with the hope that the strangers standing before them would choose peace. The importance of respect. For Lewis and Clark, these meetings were practical. They needed cooperation. But for the native people, the encounter could involve much more. The arrival of strangers could raise questions about power. Who were these men? Where had they come from? Why were they traveling through the region? What did they want? Would more people come after them? Were they traders? Were they representatives of a distant government? Were they connected to other foreign powers already active in North America? These were reasonable questions, and the native nations had their own political interests. They had relationships with neighboring nations. They had enemies. They had trading partners. They had territories they defended. They had their own leaders, their own decisions, their own understanding of diplomacy. Lewis and Clark were not simply walking into a blank map. They were entering an established political world, and the expedition's success depended partly on whether its leaders could navigate that world. The river carried more than water. As the expedition continued, the Missouri became both a road and a teacher. Every bend revealed something. Sometimes the river narrowed. Sometimes it widened. Sometimes high cliffs rose above the water. Sometimes open prairie stretched endlessly on both sides. The men recorded what they saw. They measured distances. They observed animals. They collected plants. They wrote descriptions. They drew maps. And they listened to information provided by the people they encountered. The river carried them west, but it also carried them into a deeper understanding of the continent. And gradually, they began to realize something. The farther they traveled, the less useful their assumptions became. The wilderness was not predictable. The mountains were farther away than expected. The rivers did not always behave as they imagined. The weather could change quickly, and the people they encountered could not be reduced to simple categories. Every nation had its own character. Every community had its own concerns. Every meeting required patience. The arrival of Sacagawea. Eventually, the expedition's story would become closely connected with a young Shoshone woman named Sacagawea. Her presence would become one of the most remembered elements of the entire journey. But Sacagawea did not simply appear as a magical guide who knew every secret of the wilderness. Her story was more complicated. She was a native woman traveling with the expedition alongside her husband, Toussaint Charbonneau. She was young. She had an infant son, and her knowledge of language and culture would become extremely valuable. Her presence could also communicate something important to native communities. When the expedition approached a native group, the sight of a woman and child traveling with the party could help demonstrate that the group was not simply a war party. That mattered. The expedition's appearance was unusual. A large group of armed men traveling together could naturally create suspicion. But a woman carrying a baby was a different image. It could change the atmosphere of an encounter. Sacagawea would therefore become part of the expedition's diplomatic story, as well as its geographical story. A meeting beyond words. There would be moments when communication depended almost entirely on signs. Lewis might point toward an object. A native leader might respond with a gesture. Someone might demonstrate the direction of a river. Another person might point toward distant mountains. An interpreter might translate a few words. Then another interpreter might translate those words into another language. Sometimes several languages were involved before a message reached its final listener. Imagine how slow that process could be. One sentence might take several minutes to communicate. And even then, its meaning might not be perfect. A gesture could be misunderstood. A word could have multiple meanings. A cultural custom could be interpreted incorrectly. Yet somehow, communication happened. Human beings are remarkably capable of finding ways to understand one another. A smile, an open hand, a gift, a shared meal, a demonstration, a gesture toward the river. Sometimes these things could communicate more than words. The people who knew the mountains. Eventually, the expedition would face its greatest geographical challenge. The Rocky Mountains. Lewis and Clark had hoped that the Western Mountains might contain a relatively easy passage. Instead, the reality was much harder. The mountains rose into a vast barrier. The terrain became steep. Travel became exhausting. The rivers changed. The trails became uncertain. The expedition's horses became extremely important, and native knowledge became even more valuable. The explorers needed to know where they could find horses. They needed to know which routes crossed the mountains. They needed information about water. They needed to know where they could survive. The people who already lived in the region possessed that knowledge. This would become one of the most important truths of the expedition. Lewis and Clark were explorers, but they could not explore effectively without learning from people who already understood the country. Beyond the map, the most fascinating part of the expedition is perhaps not what Lewis and Clark discovered. It is what they learned from others. A map can show a river, but it cannot always explain where people camp. A map can show a mountain, but it cannot tell you which trail is safest. A map can show a valley, but it cannot tell you where winter snow will make travel impossible. Human knowledge fills those gaps, and native nations possessed generations of that knowledge. They knew how the seasons moved through the landscape. They understood animal migrations. They knew which plants appeared at particular times. They knew where water could be found. They knew how to travel. And they knew the political relationships between neighboring peoples. For the expedition, this knowledge could mean the difference between progress and disaster. The journey continues. The expedition would continue west. More rivers, more mountains, more villages, more meetings, more uncertainty, and more moments when Lewis and Clark would have to decide whether to trust someone they had just met. Some meetings would be peaceful. Some would be tense. Some would involve trade. Some would involve negotiations. Some would reveal information the explorers desperately needed. And some would remind them that they were traveling through lands governed by people whose priorities did not always match their own. The expedition would eventually reach the Pacific Ocean. But the road there would not belong solely to Lewis and Clark. It would be shaped by the people they met, by the information they received, by the guides who helped them, by the traders who connected distant communities, by the native nations whose lands they crossed, and by the countless people whose names were never recorded in the expedition journals. The fire goes quiet. Tonight, when we think about Lewis and Clark, it is easy to imagine two famous explorers standing at the edge of an unknown continent. But the reality was different. They were travelers entering a world that was already inhabited. They carried maps, but others carried knowledge. They carried weapons, but they also needed diplomacy. They carried supplies, but they still depended upon people who understood the land. And perhaps that is one of the most important lessons of the expedition. Exploration is never only about discovering places. Sometimes it is about discovering how little you know. Lewis and Clark began their journey believing they were traveling into the unknown. But along the way, they encountered people who knew that land intimately. People who could read the river. People who could read the mountains. People who understood the seasons. People who knew the trails. And people who had stories about the land that stretched back long before the expedition ever arrived. The Missouri River continued flowing through the darkness. The campfire slowly became smaller. The men prepared for another night. Beyond the firelight, the continent remained enormous. And somewhere beyond the next bend in the river, another meeting waited. Another people. Another language. Another lesson. The expedition had only begun. And the greatest discoveries were still ahead. The nations along the Missouri River continued carrying the expedition west. Day after day, the same rhythm returned. The boats moved with the current. Oars entered the water. Wood creaked beneath the weight of supplies. Men called to one another across the river. At night, fires appeared along the shore. And above everything, the enormous sky stretched toward the horizon. But the farther west the expedition traveled, the more frequently the landscape reminded them that they were moving through someone else's homeland. The men began encountering signs of native life long before they met the people themselves. A trail disappeared into the grass. Fresh footprints appeared near the river. A small fire had recently burned. There were places where animals had been hunted. Sometimes the expedition discovered abandoned camps. To the inexperienced traveler, these might have seemed like small details. To Lewis and Clark, they were clues. Someone had been here. Someone understood this land. Someone was moving through the same country they were trying to understand. And eventually, those people would appear a strange party on the river one morning. The expedition noticed movement along the shore. Several native people were watching the boats. They did not immediately approach. They stood at a distance. The explorers could see them clearly enough to know that they were armed. The atmosphere became tense. The men of the expedition were also armed. For several moments, neither side moved. This was one of the strange realities of frontier diplomacy. A single misunderstanding could become dangerous. Neither group knew exactly what the other intended. Lewis understood that showing aggression would be foolish. He wanted communication. He wanted the people on the shore to understand that the expedition was not approaching as an enemy force. So the men waited. Then came gestures, open hands, calm movements, objects offered as gifts. Slowly, the tension began to change. The people on the shore watched carefully. They were studying the strangers just as carefully as the strangers were studying them. And eventually, the distance between the two groups began to disappear. The first conversation there was no simple conversation. There could not be. The languages were different. The meanings of gestures were not always obvious. An interpreter might know one language but not another. Information sometimes had to pass through several people before reaching its final listener. Yet somehow they communicated. Names were exchanged. Questions were asked. The explorers tried to learn who they were meeting. The native people tried to understand where the strangers had come from. The expedition wanted information about the river. The native people wanted to understand the purpose of the expedition. Every answer created another question. The meeting became less about fear and more about curiosity. And curiosity was powerful. Two groups who had never seen each other before were suddenly standing beside the Missouri River, trying to understand one another. The importance of trade. Trade became one of the easiest forms of communication. The expedition carried objects manufactured far away: metal tools, cloth, beads, other small items. The native peoples already had their own trade systems and valued many different kinds of goods. Trade was not new to them. Long before Lewis and Clark arrived, native nations had been exchanging goods across enormous distances. Objects could travel hundreds of miles. Information traveled with them. News traveled, stories traveled, people traveled. The continent was connected through networks that outsiders often failed to understand. Lewis and Clark were entering those networks. The expedition might think it was moving into isolated wilderness, but from the perspective of the people who lived there, the land was part of a much larger world. The plains. As the expedition continued, the landscape became increasingly open. The forests gave way to enormous stretches of grassland. The horizon seemed almost impossibly far away. Herds of animals could sometimes be seen in the distance. The men encountered buffalo. Their numbers could be astonishing. For men accustomed to the more settled landscapes of the eastern United States, the sight was unforgettable. But native nations of the plains understood these animals in ways the expedition members did not. The buffalo was not simply an animal. It was connected to food, clothing, tools, shelter, trade, culture, survival. The expedition was learning to observe the landscape, but observation was not the same as understanding. That difference would appear again, and again. The people who read the plains imagined crossing the plains without a modern map. There may be no road, no sign, no bridge, no building telling you where to go, only grass, wind, river, sky, and distant hills. To an outsider, it could seem impossible to navigate, but native travelers possessed knowledge built through generations. They knew where rivers crossed the plains. They knew where trails led. They knew where water could be found. They knew the seasonal movements of animals. They understood the weather. They knew which places were safe and which could become dangerous. Lewis and Clark were beginning to realize that the land itself was a kind of library, but only those who knew how to read it could understand its pages. A nation watches the expedition. At another point along the journey, the expedition approached a native community. The people there watched the newcomers carefully. The Americans must have looked strange. They arrived in boats. They carried unfamiliar objects. They wore clothing unlike the people of the region. They had firearms, they had military-style equipment, and they were led by men who spoke languages unfamiliar to the local population. From the perspective of the native community, there was an obvious question. Why had these people come? The expedition leaders tried to explain. They were traveling west. They wanted to learn about the country. They wanted peaceful relations. They wanted trade. They wanted to meet native leaders. But the meaning of such words depended on trust, and trust was not automatic. The council meetings with native leaders could become formal occasions. People gathered, leaders spoke, the visitors listened, gifts could be exchanged, speeches could be made, sometimes food was shared. These meetings were not merely social events, they were political. The people involved were deciding how to respond to the arrival of outsiders. Lewis and Clark wanted safe passage. Native leaders wanted to know what the expedition represented. Was it temporary? Would more Americans follow? Would trade increase? Would the newcomers return? Would their presence change the balance of power between neighboring nations? These questions mattered. The expedition could not control how others interpreted its arrival. All it could do was attempt to communicate its intentions. The American flag, one of the most recognizable symbols carried by the expedition, was the American flag. To Lewis and Clark, it represented the United States. It represented the government that had sent them. It announced where they came from. But to the native nations they encountered, the meaning could be very different. The United States was not yet the dominant power across the West. Its influence was growing. But many native nations had their own political authority. They did not necessarily view themselves as subjects of the United States. This was an important difference. Lewis and Clark traveled as representatives of a young republic. The people they met were representatives of their own nations. The meetings were therefore not simply between explorers and villagers. They could be encounters between political communities. A young nation meets older nations. The United States had been independent for only a few decades. Many of the native nations Lewis and Clark encountered had histories stretching back far beyond the founding of the United States. Their communities had endured wars, migrations, trade relationships, environmental changes, political alliances, generations of cultural traditions. The expedition's arrival was therefore not the beginning of civilization in the West. It was one moment in a much older story. This is something that is sometimes lost when the expedition is remembered only as a heroic adventure. The West was not waiting to be discovered. It was already home. And the people who lived there were not simply obstacles on the explorer's route. They were participants in the world through which the expedition traveled. The power of an interpreter communication remained one of the expedition's greatest challenges. This was why interpreters were so valuable. One of the most complicated parts of the journey involved translating between multiple languages. A person might understand one native language. Another person might speak French. Another might understand English. Messages could pass through several people. Each translation created the possibility of misunderstanding. Yet these interpreters made communication possible. Among the expedition's most important language connections was Sacagawea. Her knowledge of the Shoshone language would become particularly valuable when the expedition eventually reached the Rocky Mountains. But the story of communication was larger than one person. Many individuals helped bridge cultural and linguistic gaps. Some were recorded in history, others were not. Their contributions were essential nonetheless. Sacagawea and the child. As the expedition continued west, Sacagawea traveled with her infant son. The sight of a young mother and baby among the expedition was unusual. The expedition was largely composed of men. Their journey was difficult. The weather was unpredictable. The landscape could be dangerous. Yet Sacagawea continued. Her presence would later become one of the strongest symbols associated with the expedition. But there was something deeper about her role. She was not simply a passenger. Her cultural and linguistic knowledge could become useful. She understood aspects of native life that the expedition members did not. She could help identify people. She could recognize languages. And eventually, her connection to the Shoshone would become crucial. The river changes. The Missouri began changing as the expedition moved farther west. The current became different. The landscape became more rugged. Cliffs appeared. Waterfalls and rapids created obstacles. The men worked harder. The boats became increasingly difficult to move. Every mile demanded effort. And yet the expedition continued. Lewis and Clark knew that turning back would mean abandoning their mission. They had already traveled hundreds of miles. The Pacific Ocean remained far away, and somewhere ahead stood the mountains. The men did not yet fully understand how difficult those mountains would be. The first signs of the Rockies. One day, Lewis noticed distant mountains. At first they appeared faint, blue shapes on the horizon. The men could hardly believe what they were seeing. The mountains seemed far away, but as the days passed, they grew larger. The expedition had reached the western edge of the plains. The landscape was changing again. The men had spent months traveling along rivers and across open country. Now a massive wall of mountains waited ahead, the Rockies. For the explorers, this was both exciting and frightening. They had hoped to find a practical route across the continent, but they did not know what the mountains would demand. They did not know how high they would climb. They did not know how long the crossing would take. They did not know how much food they would need. And most importantly, they did not know which route to follow. For that, they would need help. The people beyond the mountains. The expedition had heard stories about native nations living farther west. Some possessed horses. Some traveled through mountain valleys. Some traded across great distances. Some knew the passes through the Rockies. But rumors were not enough. Lewis and Clark needed actual information. They needed someone who could point toward the correct route. Someone who knew where the mountains opened. Someone who knew where horses could be found. Someone who understood the rivers on the other side. And that meant they would have to meet more native people. Their most important encounters were still ahead. The unexpected problem. The expedition had expected the Missouri River to guide them toward the mountains. It had. But now another problem appeared. The river was dividing. Lewis and Clark had to determine which route would take them west. They had assumptions about the geography, but assumptions could be dangerous. Choose the wrong river and the expedition could lose weeks. Food could run low. Supplies could disappear. The men could become exhausted, and winter could arrive before they reached the mountains. The expedition needed local knowledge, someone who knew the rivers, someone who knew which route led toward the continental divide. The people who lived in the region possessed that knowledge. The explorers needed to listen. The meeting that could change everything. Far ahead, somewhere beyond the river and mountains, native communities were already living their ordinary lives. Families were working. Hunters were traveling. Children were growing up. Leaders were making decisions. Trade was taking place. The arrival of Lewis and Clark would eventually become part of their history, but the expedition did not yet know how important those future meetings would become. The explorers continued forward. Their boats moved through the water, their journals filled with observations. The men walked beside the river, and every evening the same question remained. What would they find tomorrow? Perhaps another river, perhaps a mountain, perhaps a storm, or perhaps another group of people watching them from the edge of the wilderness. The expedition had begun as a journey into the unknown, but with every native nation they encountered, one truth became clearer. The land was not unknown to everyone. It was only unknown to them. And the people who knew it best were becoming essential to their survival. Night on the river. That night, the expedition camped beside the Missouri. The fire burned low. The men were tired. The river moved quietly beside them. Above, stars filled the sky. For a few minutes there was no movement, no shouting, no oars, no footsteps, only the sound of water. Lewis sat quietly, thinking about the journey ahead. Clark recorded notes. The men prepared themselves for sleep. The mountains were somewhere beyond the darkness. The Pacific Ocean was still impossibly far away, and between them and that distant ocean stood thousands of miles of country. Country they did not understand. Country they could not cross alone. The expedition had already learned that. The next stage would teach them even more, because soon they would meet a native nation whose knowledge of the mountains would become critical. And when that meeting came, the expedition would discover just how dependent its survival could be on the people it had entered the West to find. The fire slowly faded, the river continued west, and the expedition slept beneath the enormous American sky. Tomorrow, the mountains would be closer, and the most important encounters of the journey were still waiting. Lewis and Clark's first encounter with the native nations. The morning came quietly over the Missouri. A thin layer of mist rested above the water. The first light of dawn slowly touched the distant hills, turning the eastern sky pale gold. For the men of the expedition, another difficult day was beginning. They had traveled for months. The easy excitement of the journey's beginning had started to disappear. The expedition was no longer simply an adventure. It had become a test of endurance. Every mile required work. Every meal required planning. Every decision could affect the survival of the entire group. And now, ahead of them, the Rocky Mountains were growing larger. Lewis and Clark had reached a point where their own knowledge was no longer enough. They needed someone who knew the country ahead, someone who had traveled through it, someone who understood the rivers and trails, someone who knew where horses could be found, someone who could tell them what waited beyond the mountains. That person would not be a member of their expedition. He would come from the people who already called this region home. The river divides as the expedition moved forward. The Missouri became increasingly difficult to understand. The river divided into different channels. Each one appeared capable of leading farther west. Lewis and Clark stopped and studied the landscape. They compared what they were seeing with the information they had collected. But something was wrong. Their expectations about the geography did not perfectly match reality. The river seemed to be taking them into a landscape that was different from what they had imagined. For days, they struggled with the question. Which direction was correct? A wrong decision could cost them precious time. Winter was always somewhere ahead. The farther west they traveled, the more dangerous the consequences of delay became. Lewis studied the land carefully. Clark did the same. They examined the water. They looked at the mountains. They searched for signs that might reveal which path was correct. Eventually, the expedition chose its route, and slowly the truth became clear. The mountains were not going to be easy. The mountains ahead, the Rocky Mountains, appeared enormous. From a distance, they looked almost unreal. Their peaks rose above the horizon. Blue-gray ridges stretched across the landscape. The men had spent months moving through open plains. Now the world was changing. The flat horizon was disappearing. The country ahead was becoming rougher. The air felt different. The trails became harder. And the animals the expedition depended upon were becoming increasingly important. The explorers knew they would need horses, but where would they find them? They had heard that native people living near the mountains possessed horses. The horses could carry supplies. They could transport equipment. They could make the difference between crossing the mountains and failing. But the expedition could not simply walk into another nation's territory and take what it needed. It would have to negotiate. It would have to communicate. And once again, the explorers would need the help of people who knew the country. A different kind of exploration. Lewis and Clark had imagined themselves as explorers. But exploration was beginning to mean something different. It was no longer simply looking at mountains and writing down their shapes. It was learning from people. It was listening. It was asking questions. It was understanding local knowledge. It was recognizing that a native guide could know more about a particular valley than any map carried by the expedition. This was one of the expedition's most important realities. The men could measure distances. They could record plants. They could describe animals. They could draw maps. But they could not replace generations of knowledge. The land had already been studied, not with scientific instruments, but with experience. Sacagawea's moment among the expedition members was Sacagawea. She had been traveling with the group for months. Her baby, Jean-Baptiste, was still very young. The journey must have been exhausting, yet she continued. Her presence became increasingly important as the expedition approached the territory of her people. The explorers knew that she spoke Shoshone, that knowledge might become valuable. But they did not yet know just how valuable. Somewhere beyond the mountains were people who might recognize her. If the expedition could meet them peacefully, everything could change. They might obtain horses. They might find guides. They might learn the best route across the mountains. For the first time, Sacagawea's connection to the Shoshone could potentially become the bridge between the expedition and the next stage of its journey, the search for horses. The expedition desperately needed horses. The men were carrying too much equipment to cross the mountains comfortably on foot. Food supplies were limited. The terrain was becoming more difficult. The animals they had already brought with them could not carry everything indefinitely. Lewis and Clark therefore began searching for the native people who possessed horses. Eventually, signs appeared, tracks, camp remains, evidence of travel. The explorers knew they were getting closer. But knowing that people were nearby was not the same as finding them. They moved carefully. They watched the surrounding country. And then one day they saw them. Native riders appeared in the distance. The expedition stopped. For a moment nobody moved. The Shoshone, the people approaching were Shoshone. The encounter was extremely important. Lewis stepped forward. He wanted to establish peaceful communication, but the Shoshone warriors were cautious. They had their own reasons to be suspicious. They did not know these strangers. They saw armed men. They saw unfamiliar equipment. They saw animals and objects they did not recognize. Why had these people come? What did they want? Lewis attempted to communicate peacefully, but the situation remained uncertain. The Shoshone began moving away. The expedition could not allow the meeting to fail. They needed communication, they needed horses, and they needed trust. Then something unexpected happened. Sacagawea recognized the people, and they recognized her, a familiar face. Imagine the moment. After months of traveling through unfamiliar country, Sacagawea suddenly saw people from her own cultural world. The expedition members could not fully understand what the moment meant, but they could see the change. The atmosphere was different. Recognition replaced uncertainty. Sacagawea spoke. The connection was established. And then came another extraordinary realization. The Shoshone leader was someone connected to Sacagawea's past. The meeting was not simply between strangers anymore. There was a personal connection. The expedition had arrived at a critical moment. The people they desperately needed to meet were standing before them, and Sacagawea could communicate with them. The chief, the Shoshone leader, was Kamawait. He listened. The expedition explained its purpose. They needed horses. They wanted to cross the mountains. They were traveling toward the Pacific. The meeting was complicated by the history and politics of the region. The Shoshone had their own concerns. They had enemies. They had suffered losses. Their communities were dealing with pressures from neighboring peoples. The arrival of strangers with firearms could not be ignored. Yet communication was possible. Sacagawea helped bridge the gap. The expedition's situation began to change. A meal together, one of the most human moments of the journey, came through food. People sat together, food was shared. The expedition members and native people observed one another. A meal may seem ordinary, but in a difficult journey, sharing food can be powerful. It creates a temporary space where people can sit without weapons raised. They can watch one another, they can speak, they can listen. They can learn. The expedition was no longer simply moving through Shoshone territory. It was beginning a relationship, and that relationship could determine whether the expedition survived the mountains. The price of the horses. The Shoshone agreed to provide horses. But this was not simply a gift. Trade and negotiation were involved. The expedition offered goods. The Shoshone evaluated them. Horses were valuable. They were important for transportation, hunting, trade, and warfare. The explorers needed to make a convincing offer. Eventually, an exchange was arranged. The expedition obtained horses. Suddenly, the mountains seemed slightly less impossible. But another problem remained. They needed someone who knew the route. The horses could carry them, but horses could not tell them where to go. The guide. The expedition learned that the Shoshone knew the country ahead. They understood the mountains. They knew the trails. They knew where water could be found. They knew where travel was possible. Lewis and Clark needed this knowledge desperately. The expedition had reached the point where a local guide could be more valuable than another weapon. They had maps, but the mountains did not care about maps. A trail could disappear. A river could become impossible to cross. A mountain pass could be blocked by snow. A guide could know these things before the explorers discovered them the hard way. The expedition therefore prepared to continue the continental divide. Somewhere ahead was the continental divide. Water on one side of the mountains would eventually flow toward the Atlantic. Water on the other side would flow toward the Pacific. The explorers were about to cross from one enormous drainage system into another. They had spent months following the Missouri. Now they were approaching the point where the river system would no longer carry them toward their destination. The mountains stood between them and the Pacific. The expedition was entering a completely different phase. A harder world. The mountains were unforgiving. The paths were steep, the air was colder, the food became harder to find, the horses struggled, the men became exhausted, every step required concentration. A mistake could result in injury. A broken piece of equipment could create serious problems. A shortage of food could become dangerous. The expedition members were discovering that crossing a continent was not simply a matter of continuing west. Nature could slow them, mountains could stop them, weather could defeat them. And without native knowledge, they might not even know where to go. The trail through the mountains. The guide led them forward. The expedition followed. Sometimes the trail was easy enough. Sometimes it disappeared. The men climbed. They descended. They crossed streams. They moved through forests. The landscape seemed endless. Behind them was the Missouri. Ahead was the Pacific. But between those two worlds stood the Rocky Mountains. Lewis and Clark were now truly in the country they had only heard about before. They were no longer traveling through broad rivers and open plains. They were entering a world of narrow valleys and steep slopes. And the mountains had one final lesson to teach them. The land could be crossed, but only if they learned how to move through it. The night in the mountains. One evening, the expedition stopped to rest. The temperature dropped quickly. The men gathered around a small fire. The mountains surrounded them. There was no familiar horizon, no wide river beside the camp, only dark trees, stone, and distant peaks. The men were exhausted. Some wrapped themselves tightly in blankets. Others checked the horses. Lewis looked toward the mountains. The expedition had come so far. They had crossed hundreds of miles. They had met people they had never expected to meet. They had learned that their survival depended upon cooperation. And now, for the first time, the Pacific seemed almost imaginable, still distant, still uncertain, but no longer impossible. More than an expedition, the journey was changing. At the beginning, Lewis and Clark had been leaders of a military expedition. Now they were increasingly dependent upon people outside their original group, native guides, interpreters, traders, local communities, people who understood the land. The expedition's story was therefore becoming a shared story. The famous journey across North America was never accomplished by Lewis and Clark alone. Many people contributed, some were remembered, some disappeared from the written record. But without their assistance, the expedition would have faced much greater difficulties. The road west. The following morning, the journey continued. The mountains remained ahead. The horses moved carefully. The men followed the trail. The wind passed through the trees. Far below, rivers flowed through valleys. Some would eventually reach the Pacific. The expedition was crossing into a new world, but they were not discovering an empty land. They were following routes that native people already knew. They were walking trails that had been used before. They were learning from people who had crossed these mountains many times. And that is perhaps the most powerful image of the entire journey. Lewis and Clark thought they were creating a path across the continent. In reality, much of the path already existed. They simply had to learn where it was. The Pacific is still ahead. The expedition had crossed one of its greatest barriers. But the journey was not finished. Beyond the mountains were more native nations, more rivers, more forests, more negotiations, more difficult terrain. And eventually the Pacific Ocean. The explorers had survived the Missouri. They had crossed the plains. They had reached the Shoshone. They had obtained horses. They had begun the mountain crossing. But the Western world still had many surprises waiting. The expedition moved slowly onward. Behind them, the Missouri continued flowing east. Ahead of them, the rivers flowed west. And somewhere beyond the mountains was an ocean they had never seen. The journey continued. And with every step, Lewis and Clark were learning the same lesson again and again. The farther they traveled into the unknown, the more they depended on the people who already knew the way. The other side of the mountains slowly began to open. After days of climbing, descending, and struggling through difficult terrain, the expedition finally reached higher ground from which they could see beyond the ridges. For Lewis and Clark, the view must have been extraordinary. Behind them lay the country they had spent months crossing. Ahead was another enormous landscape, more mountains, more valleys, more rivers, and somewhere beyond all of it, the Pacific Ocean. But the relief of seeing the western country did not last long. The expedition was running low on food. The men were exhausted. The horses were struggling. The terrain remained difficult. They had crossed the Rocky Mountains, but they had not escaped the wilderness. They had simply entered another part of it. And now they needed to find the people who lived there. A new river. The expedition began following streams that flowed toward the west. This was an important moment. The Missouri had carried them toward the mountains. Now the water was moving in another direction. They were entering the Columbia River system. The geography was beginning to make sense. Lewis and Clark had crossed the continental divide. They were now on the western side of the continent. But the Pacific was still far away. The men continued down the valleys. The landscape gradually changed. Forests became thicker, rivers became wider. The mountains remained nearby, and signs of human presence became more frequent. There were trails, camps, evidence of fishing. And eventually, the first people beyond the divide. The expedition's encounters with native communities continued. These people lived in a world very different from the plains. Their environment was shaped by forests, rivers, mountains, and the enormous Columbia River system. The people knew the waterways intimately. They understood the seasonal movements of fish. They knew where trails crossed the mountains. They knew which rivers were safe to travel. To Lewis and Clark, the region was another unfamiliar world. To the native communities, it was home. Once again, the explorers were entering a landscape that had already been mapped through generations of experience. The Chinook and the Columbia. As the expedition moved farther west, they encountered peoples connected to the Columbia River. Among them were Chinook communities. The river was central to life. It provided transportation. It provided food. It connected communities. Canoes moved across the water. Trade moved along the river. Information moved with travelers. The expedition's boats were useful on the Missouri, but the native peoples of the Columbia possessed a different mastery of the waterways. Their canoes were adapted to the rivers. Their knowledge of currents and channels was extensive. The explorers were once again reminded that unfamiliar country demanded local knowledge, a different kind of wealth. The expedition had crossed enormous distances searching for information. But in the Columbia region, they encountered a different kind of wealth: fish, especially salmon. For native communities along the Columbia and its tributaries, salmon was central to life. The seasonal runs could provide enormous quantities of food. People had developed sophisticated ways to catch, process, preserve, and trade fish. Lewis and Clark observed this carefully. They recorded what they saw. They were fascinated by the abundance. For men who had experienced shortages during the mountain crossing, the sight of plentiful food was deeply reassuring. But they also had to negotiate for it. Once again, survival depended upon relationships. The language barrier. Communication remained difficult. The expedition had traveled through many different linguistic regions. A language that worked in one place might be useless a few hundred miles away. This made interpreters extremely valuable. Sometimes communication depended on chains of translation. A word passed from one language into another, then another, then another. The final message might be very different from the original. Yet the expedition continued. The men used gestures. They exchanged objects. They watched people's reactions. They learned names. They tried to understand customs. Every encounter became a lesson. The importance of the canoes. The expedition's own boats were no longer ideal for the waterways ahead. The native peoples of the region possessed canoes designed for local rivers. These vessels could move through water more efficiently. They were lighter. They could be carried around obstacles. They were adapted to the environment. Lewis and Clark recognized their value. The expedition eventually built and acquired different watercraft for the journey. Again, the explorers were not simply inventing solutions on their own. They were adapting to technologies already developed by native peoples. The continent contained knowledge everywhere. The expedition's challenge was learning how to recognize it. The river, as a highway. The Columbia became the western highway of the expedition. The men moved along its waters. The river carried them through forests and mountains. Sometimes the current was calm. Sometimes it was dangerous. Rapids appeared. Rocks threatened the boats. The men had to be careful. The native communities knew these waters. They had traveled them for generations. The expedition had entered another environment where local knowledge could mean survival. A single mistake on an unfamiliar river could destroy a boat. And if the expedition lost its supplies, the consequences could be severe. The Great Falls eventually. The expedition encountered powerful rapids and waterfalls. The river became increasingly dangerous. The men could not simply continue forward. They had to carry equipment. They had to move around obstacles. They had to find safer routes. For the expedition members, these obstacles were unexpected. For native travelers, however, the river already had established routes around dangerous sections. Again, the explorers depended on information from people who knew the land. The journey slowed. The men became exhausted, but they continued. The Pacific was getting closer. A growing sense of wonder. There were moments when the expedition members must have felt overwhelmed by what they were seeing. The forests were enormous. The rivers were powerful. The mountains seemed endless. The wildlife was unfamiliar. The native communities possessed customs and technologies the explorers had never encountered. The farther west they traveled, the more different the world seemed. Lewis carefully recorded what he observed. Clark drew maps. Their journals became increasingly detailed. They were documenting a continent for readers who lived thousands of miles away. But the written record could only capture part of the reality. The expedition could describe a river. It could describe a mountain. It could describe a village. But it could never fully capture what it meant to live there. That knowledge belonged to the people who called the region home. The long journey to the ocean. The expedition continued down the Columbia. The men had traveled farther than most Americans could imagine. Their clothing was worn. Their equipment showed the effects of months of travel. Their bodies were tired. But morale improved as they realized the Pacific was near. They began asking questions. How far? How many more days? What would the ocean look like? Would they finally see it? The answer was getting closer. And yet, before they reached the Pacific, they would encounter even more native communities. Each meeting was another reminder that they were not traveling through empty land. A village by the river. One evening, the expedition approached a native village. The people watched from a distance. The Americans slowed their movement. They had learned from previous encounters. Do not rush. Do not create unnecessary fear. Show peaceful intentions. Listen. Observe. The people in the village were curious. They had likely heard about strangers moving along the river. News could travel quickly through native trade networks. The expedition members were no longer completely unknown. Stories about them had already moved ahead. This was one of the great powers of communication. The explorers traveled slowly. Information could travel much faster. Reputation. By this stage of the expedition, Lewis and Clark were beginning to understand something important. Every encounter could influence the next one. If a community treated them peacefully, that story might spread. If the expedition behaved badly, that story could also spread. The native nations were connected. People traded, people traveled, people spoke with neighboring communities. Information moved along those networks. The expedition therefore had a reputation. Whether it wanted one or not, its behavior mattered, its gifts mattered, its negotiations mattered. And its treatment of native people mattered. The unspoken questions. Whenever the expedition entered a new community, there were questions beneath the surface. Who are these men? Why are they here? How many more will come? What do they want? Will they return? Are they traders? Are they soldiers? Are they representatives of a powerful government? Lewis and Clark could answer some of these questions, but they could not control what people believed. The expedition was only one group, yet it represented something larger. The United States was expanding westward. The people Lewis and Clark met could not know exactly what that expansion would eventually mean. They could only judge the strangers standing before them toward the Pacific. The landscape gradually changed again. The air became different. The forests were thick. The river widened. The mountains began to look different. The men knew they were getting close. Then one day, the expedition reached a place from which the Great Pacific could be sensed. The journey had crossed an entire continent. The men had followed rivers, crossed plains, climbed mountains, traveled through forests, met countless native people, and survived conditions they had never experienced before. Reaching the Pacific did not mean the expedition was finished. They still had to survive the winter. They still had to find a place to camp. They still had to gather food. And eventually, they would have to make the entire journey back. The people along the coast, the Pacific coast, was not empty. Native nations had lived there for countless generations. They had their own villages, their own fishing traditions, their own canoes, their own trade networks, their own political relationships. The expedition had reached the ocean, but it had also reached another complex native world. The men were fascinated by everything they saw: the ocean, the forests, the people, the boats, the foods, the clothing, the houses. Everything was different from the world they had known in the East. The ocean at last, the Pacific. For Lewis and Clark, this was the moment toward which the entire expedition had been moving. The ocean stretched beyond the horizon. Waves moved toward the shore. The air smelled of salt. The sound of the water was different from the rivers they had followed. The men had made it, but the victory was complicated. They had not arrived alone. Their journey had been shaped by countless native encounters, by guides, by interpreters, by people who traded with them, by people who provided food, by people who showed them trails, by people who warned them about dangers. The Pacific was therefore not simply the endpoint of an American expedition. It was the endpoint of a journey through many native homelands. Fort Clatsop. The expedition eventually settled into winter quarters near the Pacific. They built Fort Clatsop. The winter would be difficult. Rain would become constant. Food would be limited. The men would spend long periods inside the fort. The excitement of reaching the ocean would slowly give way to routine. But even here, native people remained important. The expedition continued interacting with local communities. They traded, they gathered information, they learned about the region. The winter became a period of observation and survival. The story was not over. Reaching the Pacific was a major achievement, but the expedition still had to return. The journey east would be different. They now knew more about the landscape. They knew the mountains existed. They knew where certain rivers flowed. They had learned about native nations along the route. They had maps that were far better than before. But knowledge did not make the return journey easy. They still had to cross the Rockies. They still had to survive difficult weather. They still had to negotiate with native communities. And they still had thousands of miles ahead. The expedition had discovered that the greatest challenge was not simply reaching the Pacific. It was surviving the entire journey. What the expedition really discovered years later: people would remember Lewis and Clark as explorers who crossed the American continent. That was true, but it was only part of the story. They discovered new information for the United States. They mapped rivers. They recorded plants and animals. They described landscapes. But they also encountered a continent already filled with knowledge. Native nations knew the land. They knew the rivers. They knew the mountains. They knew the seasons. They knew how to survive. And without that knowledge, Lewis and Clark's journey would have been far more difficult, perhaps impossible. The expedition's greatest lesson was therefore not simply that America could be crossed. It was that no traveler truly understands a place without listening to the people who already know it. The Missouri had taught them that. The mountains had taught them that. The Columbia had taught them that. And the Pacific had confirmed it. The journey west had been a journey through an existing world. A world of nations, a world of languages, a world of traditions, a world of knowledge. And Lewis and Clark had only begun to understand it. The Pacific waves continued rolling toward the shore. The men stood watching. Behind them stretched thousands of miles of wilderness. Ahead was the endless ocean, and soon they would have to turn around. The road home was waiting, and it would bring them face to face with many of the same native nations once again. Only this time they would be traveling east. And the journey home would reveal just how much they had learned, and how much they still did not understand. The long road home. The Pacific Ocean had finally appeared. For the expedition, it was a moment they had imagined for more than a year. They had crossed the Missouri, they had crossed the Great Plains, they had climbed the Rocky Mountains, they had followed the Columbia. And now they stood beside the Western Ocean. But the expedition could not stay there. Their supplies were limited. Winter was approaching. And eventually they would have to turn east. The journey home would be just as important as the journey west, perhaps more difficult. They now knew the general route, but knowing the route did not make the mountains easier. The men still had to cross them. The rivers still had to be navigated. The weather could still change. And once again, they would depend upon the people who knew the country. Winter at Fort Clatsop. The expedition spent the winter near the Pacific at Fort Clatsop. Rain became part of daily life. The sky was often gray. The forest remained wet. The men spent long hours inside the fort. Their clothing became worn. Their food became repetitive. Hunting was difficult. Yet the expedition continued recording information. They wrote about the weather. They described plants. They studied animals. They documented the people they met. The journals were becoming a record of a journey unlike anything most Americans had experienced. But outside the fort, native communities continued their own lives. The expedition was only one small presence in a much older world. A winter of learning. The men had reached the Pacific, but they had not stopped learning. They watched the native people around them. They observed their canoes. They studied how people traveled through the coastal environment. They learned about local foods. They traded for supplies. They gathered information about the geography ahead. The explorers had become students of the land. And that was perhaps one of the greatest changes the journey had produced. At the beginning, they had entered the West believing that they were bringing knowledge. By the end of the first year, they understood that they were also receiving knowledge. Much of their survival depended on it. The native nations had their own world. It was easy for someone in the eastern United States to imagine the West as a wilderness. But the expedition's journals told a different story. There were villages, there were trails, there were fishing sites, there were trade routes, there were political relationships, there were languages. There were territories, there were nations. The West was not a blank space. It was a network of human communities. The expedition had traveled through only a small portion of that world. Yet even that small portion had revealed enormous complexity. Preparing to leave. As winter began to fade, the expedition prepared for the return journey. Supplies were gathered, equipment was repaired, weapons were checked. The men prepared their boats. Their journals were packed carefully. They knew the road ahead. But they also knew the mountains would be difficult. They had crossed them once. Now they had to do it again. This time they would travel with greater knowledge. They knew where the rivers were. They knew the general location of the passes. They knew where they had encountered native communities. And they knew that relationships could be valuable. Leaving the Pacific, the day finally came. The expedition began moving east. The Pacific remained behind. The sound of waves gradually disappeared. The forests closed around them. The men followed the river. The journey had turned. For the first time in many months, they were traveling toward home. But home was still thousands of miles away. And the mountains were waiting the return to the interior. The expedition moved through the same broad region it had crossed before. But now the men noticed things differently. A landscape that had once seemed completely unfamiliar was becoming recognizable. A river bend they remembered. A mountain they had crossed. A trail they had used. The land was becoming a memory. Yet memories could not guarantee safety. The men were still vulnerable. They still needed food. They still needed water. They still needed cooperation. And once again, native communities became part of the journey. Encounters on the return. The expedition encountered native people along the route. Some meetings were peaceful. Others were cautious. By now, Lewis and Clark had learned that every community was different. They could not assume that a friendly meeting in one region meant another group would respond the same way. Each encounter had to be approached carefully. The explorers were no longer simply travelers. They had become representatives of the United States. Their behavior carried meaning, and the native people they encountered understood that the importance of memory. One advantage the expedition now possessed was memory. They remembered where they had traveled. They remembered where certain communities lived. They remembered difficult sections of the trail. They remembered where food had been found. But memory was not enough. The landscape changed, weather changed, rivers changed, people moved, and relationships changed. The expedition had to remain alert. The road home was not a simple repetition of the road west. It was another journey. The Rocky Mountains again. Eventually, the expedition reached the Rocky Mountains. The men looked toward the peaks. They had crossed these mountains before. But the sight of them must have brought back memories. The exhaustion, the cold, the hunger, the difficult trails, the horses, the uncertainty. Now they had to do it again. The men prepared themselves. They divided their supplies, they organized the horses, they studied the route. And they began climbing the mountains. Remember, nothing. The mountains did not care that the expedition had crossed them before. The slopes remained steep. The rocks remained hard. The weather remained unpredictable. The men were still vulnerable. Every step required effort. The expedition had learned a great deal. But knowledge did not eliminate danger. It only improved their chances. And this time the men understood where they needed to go. That knowledge was priceless. Native knowledge. Again, as the expedition crossed the mountains, the value of native trails became obvious. The explorers followed routes that had been used by native travelers for generations. Those paths were not random. They reflected knowledge of the terrain. They connected valleys. They followed water. They avoided impossible slopes. They created practical routes through a difficult landscape. The expedition could record the routes on a map. But the routes themselves existed because native people had used them long before the expedition arrived. A different kind of map. Lewis and Clark's maps would eventually become famous. But a map is only one form of knowledge. A native traveler could look at a mountain and know where a hidden trail began. A hunter could recognize tracks and know which animals had passed. A fisherman could understand the river by the movement of the water. A community leader could know which neighboring nation controlled a particular area. These forms of knowledge were not always written down, but they were real. And the expedition depended upon them. The meeting with the Nez Perce. As the expedition moved through the region of the Nez Perce, the men encountered another native nation whose assistance became important. The Nez Perce knew the country. They knew the rivers. They knew the trails. They understood the mountains. The expedition needed help. The men were tired. Their supplies were limited. Their horses were struggling. And the journey ahead remained long. The relationship that developed between the expedition and the Nez Perce became an important part of the return journey. The explorers received assistance, food, information, and guidance. Once again, the journey depended upon people who understood the land. The fear of the mountains. At one point, the expedition faced a serious problem. The men had to continue through difficult country. The mountains could become dangerous if winter arrived early. Snow could block trails. Cold could make travel nearly impossible. The expedition could not afford to waste time. They needed to move. But rushing through unknown terrain could also be dangerous. It was a difficult balance. Move too slowly and winter could trap them. Move too quickly and someone could be injured. The men continued carefully the return to the rivers. Eventually, the expedition began descending from the mountains. The landscape opened. The rivers became easier to follow. The men could breathe more easily. The hardest section of the journey was beginning to fall behind them. They were moving toward the Missouri, toward familiar territory, toward home. But they were not home yet. The Missouri. Again, when the expedition finally returned to the Missouri River, something must have felt different. The river that had once been an unknown road was now familiar. The men knew its bends. They knew its dangers. They remembered its shores. But they were not the same men who had traveled west. They had changed. They had crossed an entire continent. They had met dozens of native communities. They had learned languages. They had experienced unfamiliar cultures. They had seen mountains and oceans. They had survived hunger and exhaustion. And now they were heading home with a story unlike anything most Americans had ever heard. The final encounters. The journey continued down the Missouri. The expedition encountered native communities along the river once again. This time, the men were returning. They carried new information. They carried stories. They carried maps. They carried specimens. They carried memories. But they also carried something less visible: experience. They had learned that the continent was far larger and more complicated than many Americans imagined. And they had learned that native nations were central to understanding it. What Lewis and Clark took home. When the expedition eventually returned to the United States, the men brought back enormous amounts of information. They described new plants, new animals, new landscapes, new rivers, new mountains. They had produced maps. They had recorded observations. They had expanded American knowledge of the continent. But their most important lessons were not always things that could be placed on a map. They had learned that the West was populated. They had learned that native nations possessed extensive knowledge. They had learned that diplomacy mattered. They had learned that communication could determine survival. And they had learned that exploration was often dependent on cooperation. The people behind the journey history often remembers Lewis and Clark. Their names became famous. Their expedition became legendary. But behind their story were many other people: Sacagawea, native guides, interpreters, traders, hunters, families, leaders, people who shared food, people who provided horses, people who explained trails, people who offered warnings, people whose names were recorded, and people whose names disappeared from the historical record. Without them, the expedition's story would have been very different. The meaning of Sacagawea became one of the most remembered figures connected with the expedition. Her story has been told many times, but beyond the legend is something important. She represented the connections that made the journey possible. She could communicate with people the expedition could not easily reach. Her presence helped create bridges between cultures. Her knowledge mattered. And her journey demonstrated something the expedition repeatedly experienced. The people Lewis and Clark met were not simply obstacles. They could be guides, interpreters, partners, sources of knowledge. And sometimes the reason the expedition survived the end of the journey. Eventually, the expedition returned. The long journey was over. The men had traveled thousands of miles. They had crossed rivers, mountains, plains, forests. They had reached the Pacific and returned. They had accomplished an extraordinary physical journey, but their story had consequences far beyond the expedition itself. The information they brought back would influence American understanding of the West. The maps would help future travelers. The descriptions would inspire interest. The journey would become part of the national story of the United States. But there was another side. The expedition had traveled through the homelands of native nations, and the arrival of American explorers was part of a much larger process of American expansion. The future would bring profound changes to those communities, changes Lewis and Clark themselves could not fully predict. The final lesson: the story of Lewis and Clark is often told as a story of discovery. Two explorers, a great wilderness, a dangerous journey, a distant ocean, a return home. But there is another way to understand the story. Lewis and Clark did not discover an empty continent. They entered a continent already filled with people, people who knew the rivers, people who knew the mountains, people who knew the animals, people who knew the trails, people who understood the seasons, and people who possessed histories far older than the United States itself. The expedition's greatest achievement was not simply crossing the continent. It was learning how to move through a world that was already there. The Missouri River had carried them west. The Rocky Mountains had tested them. The Columbia had guided them toward the Pacific. And native people had helped them understand every stage of the journey beneath the same sky. Years later, the expedition would become history. The names Lewis and Clark would be remembered. Their journals would be studied. Their maps would be examined. Their journey would become part of the American imagination. The rivers continued flowing. The mountains remained. The forests grew. The animals moved across the plains, and native nations continued living their histories. The land did not belong to the expedition's story. The expedition was only one chapter in a much larger history. And perhaps that is the quietest lesson of all. When Lewis and Clark entered the West, they believed they were traveling into the unknown. But the land was not unknown. It was only unknown to them. The people they met already knew the way. They had walked the trails, they had crossed the rivers, they had climbed the mountains, they had watched the seasons change. And for a brief moment in history, Lewis and Clark became travelers in their world. The expedition eventually disappeared into the past. The boats were gone, the camps vanished, the footprints disappeared, but the rivers remained, the mountains remained, and the stories remained. The story of Lewis and Clark was never only about two men crossing a continent. It was about encounters, about communication, about trust, about survival, and about the people who helped strangers find their way through a land that had never truly been unknown. The Missouri continued flowing beneath the evening sky. The wind moved across the plains. Far away, the Rocky Mountains stood silently against the horizon, and somewhere beyond them, the Pacific continued rolling against the shore. The journey was over, but the history had only begun. After the expedition, the great journey was over. The boats had returned. The men had come home. The journals were carried back east, and slowly, the extraordinary expedition became a story people wanted to hear. In the towns and settlements of the young United States, people were fascinated by what Lewis and Clark had seen. They wanted to know about the mountains. They wanted to hear about the enormous rivers. They wanted to know about unfamiliar animals. They wanted to imagine the distant Pacific. And they wanted to know about the people who lived beyond the Mississippi. The expedition had brought back information from a part of the continent that many Americans knew only through rumors. But the journals revealed something important. The West was not empty. It was filled with communities. It was filled with nations. And those nations had their own histories. The stories that traveled east. News moved quickly. Descriptions of the expedition spread. People heard about the enormous herds of buffalo. They heard about the Rocky Mountains. They heard about rivers that seemed to stretch forever. They heard about the Pacific Ocean. And they heard about native peoples whose lives were very different from those of Americans living in the East. Some listeners imagined the West as a mysterious wilderness. Others began thinking about trade. Some became interested in scientific discoveries. And others saw opportunity. The expedition had opened a door. But what would pass through that door in the years ahead would become much more complicated. A map can change a continent. One of the expedition's most important achievements was its mapping. Lewis and Clark had recorded rivers. They had measured distances. They had noted mountain ranges. They had described routes. They had created a much clearer picture of the interior. For future travelers, this information could be extremely valuable. A place that had once seemed impossibly distant now appeared connected. There were routes, there were rivers, there were passes, there were places where travelers could stop. The continent seemed more accessible, and that was one of the expedition's greatest historical consequences. The journey did not simply describe the West. It helped make future expansion easier to imagine. But the maps had a problem. There was something the maps could not show. They could not fully represent the political world of native nations. A line drawn across a page could show a river. A symbol could represent a mountain, but a map could not easily show the meaning of a homeland. It could not show the memories connected to a valley. It could not show sacred places. It could not show relationships between neighboring nations. It could not show the generations of knowledge contained in a trail. The expedition created geographical knowledge, but native peoples possessed a deeper kind of knowledge. They knew not only where things were, they knew what those places meant. The knowledge of the seasons. One of the greatest advantages native communities possessed was their understanding of time. The land changed with the seasons. Animals migrated. Fish appeared in rivers. Plants grew. Snow covered mountain passes. Water levels changed. A route that was safe in summer might become dangerous in winter. A valley that provided food in one season might become empty in another. Native people understood these patterns because their survival depended upon them. Lewis and Clark gradually learned some of this knowledge, but they could not learn everything in a single expedition. Their journey lasted a little over 2 years. The knowledge of native communities had been developed over countless generations. That difference was enormous. The meaning of survival for Lewis and Clark. Survival often depended upon preparation. They carried weapons. They carried tools, they carried food, they carried medical supplies, they carried trade goods, but preparation could only take them so far. When the landscape became unfamiliar, they needed information. When food became scarce, they needed help. When they needed horses, they needed negotiation. When they needed a route through the mountains, they needed guides. Again and again, survival depended on relationships. This was perhaps the greatest lesson of the entire expedition. No matter how well prepared the explorers were, they could not carry the entire continent with them. They had to learn from the people who lived there. Sacagawea. After the journey, Sacagawea's role in the expedition would become famous long after the journey ended. Her image would eventually appear in books, statues, schools, and historical stories. But the real woman was more complicated than the legend. She was young. She traveled with her child. She lived through an extraordinarily difficult journey. And she belonged to a native world that existed independently of the expedition. Her contribution became symbolic of the cultural bridges that made the journey possible. But she was not alone. Many native people helped the expedition. Many provided information. Many shared food. Many traded. Many guided. Many communicated. Some were remembered. Many were not the names. We do not know. History often preserves the names of leaders: Lewis, Clark, Sacagawea, Kamawe. But thousands of ordinary people lived around the expedition's route. A fisherman who shared food, a traveler who pointed toward a trail, a family that provided shelter, a hunter who explained where animals could be found, a person who warned the explorers about dangerous rapids. Their names may never appear in famous books, yet their contributions mattered. The expedition's journals could record only a fraction of the people it encountered. Behind every recorded meeting were many others whose stories disappeared into time. The difference between discovery and encounter, perhaps the most important word in this story, is not discovery. It is encounter. Lewis and Clark encountered places, but they also encountered people. And an encounter is different from discovery. Discovery suggests finding something that no one knew existed. An encounter means meeting something that already exists. The mountains were already there. The rivers were already there. The nations were already there. The trails were already there. The knowledge was already there. Lewis and Clark entered that world. They recorded what they experienced, and they carried those observations back east. Changing America. The United States was growing. Its population was increasing. Its leaders were thinking about the future. The expedition had demonstrated that the continent could be crossed, but the future would bring new travelers, traders, missionaries, military forces, settlers, government officials, explorers. Each new arrival would create new encounters with native nations. Some relationships would be peaceful, others would become violent. Some would involve trade, others would involve treaties. Some native nations would try to negotiate, others would resist. The expedition was only an early moment in a much larger transformation. The view from the east. To many Americans in the east, the expedition looked like a triumph. The country had sent explorers west. They had crossed the continent. They had reached the Pacific. They had returned. The story created excitement. But from the perspective of the native nations whose homelands had been crossed, the meaning could be different. These were not unknown lands. They were homes. They contained burial grounds, hunting areas, villages, sacred places, trade routes, memories. The arrival of American explorers was therefore part of a process that would eventually have enormous consequences. Lewis and Clark could not see the entire future, but their expedition became one of the events that helped open the way for it. The quiet power of a trail. Imagine one of the trails the expedition followed. Perhaps it was narrow. Perhaps grass grew along its edges. Maybe trees surrounded it. Maybe a river flowed nearby. Lewis and Clark might have seen only a useful route, but someone else had traveled that trail before. Maybe hundreds of people, maybe thousands. They had walked it during different seasons. They had carried children along it. They had followed animals. They had traded with distant communities. They had used the trail long before the expedition ever appeared. The explorers recorded the route, but they did not create it. That simple fact tells us much about the journey. The river never needed a map. The rivers were another example. Lewis and Clark measured them. They recorded their direction. They described their width. They noted rapids. They drew maps. But native people had already developed ways of navigating those rivers. They knew where to land. They knew where currents became dangerous. They knew which channels were deep. They knew where fish gathered. They knew where villages were located. The explorers were turning living knowledge into written records. That was useful. But the knowledge existed before the writing. The future arrived slowly. The consequences of the expedition did not happen overnight. The West did not suddenly change the morning Lewis and Clark returned. But ideas had changed. The United States now knew more about the interior. More people would become interested in traveling west. More maps would be produced. More trade routes would develop. More government attention would turn toward Western territories. And eventually, more settlers would arrive. The expedition had not created all of these changes by itself, but it became an important part of the story. The lasting image. When people imagine Lewis and Clark today, they often picture a small group standing beside a river. Perhaps there are mountains in the distance. Perhaps a flag is moving in the wind. Perhaps the explorers are looking toward an unknown horizon. It is a powerful image, But there is another image worth remembering. A native guide standing beside them, someone who knows the trail, someone who understands the river, someone who knows which mountain pass lies ahead, someone who can communicate with people the explorers cannot understand. That image tells a more complete story. The expedition moved west because it had determination. But it survived because it learned to depend on others, the people who opened the way. The expedition's journey was made possible by many forms of assistance. Some assistance was direct: a horse, a meal, a guide, a translation, a warning, a canoe, a piece of local information. Other assistance was less visible: a trail that already existed, a river route already understood, a reputation that allowed peaceful passage, a community willing to listen. Together, these things created a path. Lewis and Clark followed that path. But they did not build it. Evening returns. Imagine the Missouri River again. The sun is setting. The water reflects the final light of the day. The plains are quiet. A few birds move across the distant sky. The expedition's camp is somewhere along the shore. Men are preparing food. Horses are resting. Someone is writing in a journal. Someone else is repairing equipment. The day is ending. The river continues flowing. For the explorers, another day of travel is behind them. But for the land, nothing has changed. The river still flows. The mountains still stand. The grass still moves in the wind. The people who live there continue their lives. The expedition is temporary. The land is not a story bigger than two names. Lewis and Clark became famous because their names were attached to the expedition. But the journey itself was much larger than two men. It included the members of the Corps of Discovery. It included interpreters. It included guides. It included native leaders. It included families. It included traders. It included people who exchanged horses. It included people who shared food. It included people who offered information. It included people whose names history remembers, and people whose names it does not. The expedition was a meeting of many worlds. What remains more than 2 centuries later? The rivers still exist. The Missouri still flows. The Rocky Mountains still rise above the western landscape. The Columbia still moves toward the Pacific. Many of the trails have changed. Cities have appeared. Roads have crossed the continent. Modern technology has transformed travel. A journey that once took years can now be completed in hours. But the fundamental landscape remains. And so does the history. The story of Lewis and Clark remains important, not simply because 2 explorers crossed America. It remains important because their journey revealed the complexity of a continent already inhabited by many nations. The final thought: perhaps the most peaceful way to remember the expedition is to imagine it at night. The camp is quiet. The fire is low. The river moves steadily through the darkness. The men sleep. The mountains are far away. There are no engines, no highways, no aircraft, only the sound of water and wind. Somewhere nearby, people are living their own lives. Families are resting. Hunters are returning. Children are sleeping. Communities are continuing traditions that began generations before the expedition arrived. Lewis and Clark are only passing through. For them, the landscape is an extraordinary discovery. For the people who call it home, it is simply home. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson of the journey. Sometimes the greatest discovery is realizing that what seems unknown to you may already be deeply known by someone else. The explorers crossed the continent, but they did not cross it alone. They were guided by rivers. They were challenged by mountains. They were carried by determination. And again, they were helped by people who already knew the way. The story of Lewis and Clark, therefore, belongs not only to the history of exploration. It belongs to the history of encounters, 2 worlds meeting, 2 groups trying to understand one another, and a continent revealing itself slowly, 1 river, 1 trail, 1 conversation at a time. The fire fades. The river continues. The stars remain above the quiet American landscape, and the long journey of history moves silently forward. The history that continued after the footsteps. The expedition had disappeared into history. The men had returned to their homes. Their journals had been preserved. Their maps had been studied. Their names had become familiar to generations of Americans. But the people they had encountered did not disappear. The native nations along the Missouri, across the plains, through the mountains, and beside the Pacific continued their own histories. Their communities continued. Their languages continued. their traditions continued. Their relationships with neighboring nations continued. The expedition had been a temporary event in a much older world. And yet, the journey had become the beginning of something that would eventually change that world dramatically. The West was no longer a mystery before the expedition. Many Americans knew little about the interior of the continent. There were stories, reports from traders, old maps, rumors about mountains and rivers, but much remained uncertain. Lewis and Clark changed that. They returned with information. They described the landscape. They recorded routes. They wrote about native nations. They documented animals and plants. They described the enormous distances involved. The West was no longer simply a blank space on an eastern map. It had names, rivers, mountain ranges, trails, communities, and possibilities. That new knowledge would have consequences. The traders followed after explorers came traders. The rivers that Lewis and Clark had traveled could now be imagined as commercial routes. The mountains that once seemed impossible began appearing on maps. The native trade networks that had existed for generations became increasingly important to outsiders. Traders learned from native communities. They depended upon native guides. They exchanged goods. They entered existing networks. But the relationship between outsiders and native nations was never simple. Trade could create cooperation. It could also create competition. New goods could change local economies. New political relationships could develop. And as more outsiders arrived, the balance of power could begin to change. The expedition had opened a door Lewis and Clark had not intended to create all of the changes that followed. Their mission was exploration. They wanted information. They wanted to understand the geography. They wanted to find a route to the Pacific. They wanted to establish relationships. But history rarely stops where a mission ends. The maps they created could be used by others. The information they gathered could guide future travelers. The routes they described could become paths for expansion. The stories they brought home could inspire new interest in the West. The expedition had opened a door. Others would eventually walk through it. A native perspective. Imagine hearing that strangers had traveled through your homeland. They came from thousands of miles away. They carried unfamiliar weapons. They spoke unfamiliar languages. They carried an unfamiliar flag. They asked questions about your rivers and mountains. Then they left. For the expedition, the journey became history. For native communities, it was an event inside their own continuing history. The people they met had their own memories of the encounter. Some may have remembered the strange boats. Some remembered the gifts. Some remembered the weapons. Some remembered the visitor's appearance. Some remembered the conversations. And some may have remembered the expedition simply as one unusual event among many in their lives. Not every encounter was the same. It is tempting to describe all Lewis and Clark encounters as peaceful meetings. But reality was more complicated. Different native nations had different experiences. Some welcomed the expedition. Some were cautious. Some were interested in trade. Some were suspicious. Some were dealing with their own conflicts. Some had reasons to fear outsiders. The expedition had to respond differently in different places. There was no single native reaction. There was no single native perspective. Each nation had its own interests. That complexity is essential to understanding the journey. The limits of Lewis and Clark's knowledge. Lewis and Clark learned a great deal, but they did not understand everything. They sometimes misunderstood native customs. They sometimes interpreted events through their own cultural assumptions. Their journals were valuable historical records, but they were written from the perspective of the expedition. They showed what the explorers saw. They did not always capture what the native people themselves thought. This is one of the challenges historians face today. To understand the past completely, we need more than the journals of the explorers. We need to consider native histories as well. Two histories beside one river. Picture the Missouri again. An American explorer stands on one bank. A native traveler stands nearby. Both are looking at the same river. The river is exactly the same, but they understand it differently. The explorer sees a route, a geographic feature, a subject for a map. The native traveler sees a familiar world, a place connected to family, travel, food, memory, history. Neither view is meaningless, but they are different. The expedition's journals preserved one perspective. native traditions preserved others. Together, they help us understand the world of the early 19th century. The children who would hear the story years after the expedition. Children would hear stories about Lewis and Clark. They would imagine the explorers traveling through wild country. They would imagine bears, buffalo, mountains, rivers, storms, and the Pacific Ocean. The story would become an adventure. But perhaps the most important lesson for those children was not simply courage, it was cooperation. The expedition could not have succeeded without other people. The famous journey was built on thousands of moments of assistance. A meal, a trail, a horse, a translation, a warning, a canoe, a conversation. History is often shaped by small moments that never become famous. The quiet contributions. A person does not need to become famous to change history. A guide can point toward the correct valley. A fisherman can show where food can be found. A translator can prevent a misunderstanding. A leader can decide that strangers should be treated peacefully. A family can share food. A trader can exchange an essential tool. These actions may never appear on a monument, but they matter. Lewis and Clark's expedition was filled with such moments. The famous story is only the visible surface. Beneath it is a much larger story of cooperation. The return of the river. The expedition's journey eventually became a memory. The men went back to ordinary life. The Missouri continued flowing. The native communities continued living along its banks. The seasons continued. Spring came, then summer, then autumn, then winter. The river did not remember the expedition in the way people did. It simply continued. Water moved around rocks, trees grew along the shore, animals crossed the plains. The landscape continued changing slowly. Human history moved quickly. Nature moved differently. The passage of time. Years became decades. The United States grew. More people moved west. More roads appeared. More settlements were established. The political map changed. Native nations faced increasing pressure. Treaties were made. Treaties were broken. Territories changed. Conflicts occurred. The world Lewis and Clark had entered in 1804 gradually became very different. But the native nations did not simply vanish. They adapted. They resisted, they negotiated, they endured. Their histories continued through enormous changes. Remembering the first meetings, the first encounters between Lewis and Clark and native nations are therefore important for another reason. They provide a glimpse of a moment before much of the later transformation had occurred. At that time, the expedition was still small. The United States was still young. The West was still far from the centers of American power. Native nations retained enormous influence across the regions the expedition crossed. The meetings were uncertain. The future was unknown. Nobody standing beside the Missouri could see everything that would happen afterward. They were living inside a moment. History would come later. The meaning of the expedition. Today, Lewis and Clark are remembered in many ways, as explorers, as mapmakers, as scientists, as soldiers, as representatives of the United States. Their journey remains one of the most famous expeditions in American history. But remembering the native nations they encountered changes the story. It makes the expedition larger. Instead of two explorers crossing an empty wilderness, we see a network of peoples. Instead of a simple journey through unknown land, we see encounters between different political and cultural worlds. Instead of discovery alone, we see exchange, knowledge, negotiation, and dependence. The people who already knew the title of this story could almost be reduced to one simple idea. Lewis and Clark were looking for a way across the continent, but people already knew the way. They knew where the rivers went. They knew where the mountains opened. They knew where the animals traveled. They knew where food could be found. They knew the seasons. They knew neighboring nations. They knew the languages. They knew the trails. Lewis and Clark's achievement was learning enough from this existing world to complete their journey. That does not make their expedition less remarkable. It makes the story more remarkable, because it shows that exploration is often an act of listening. A final night. Imagine the expedition one final time. The sky is dark. The fire burns quietly. The men are exhausted. Their journals are packed. Their supplies are nearly finished. The horses are resting nearby. The river moves steadily through the darkness. Lewis looks toward the horizon. Clark finishes another page. The expedition has traveled farther than they ever imagined. They have seen the Pacific. they have crossed mountains. They have met people whose languages they did not understand. They have depended upon strangers. They have learned. They have made mistakes. They have survived. And now the journey is becoming memory. Beyond the firelight, the land continues. Somewhere in the darkness, a native community is living its own life. Families are together. People are resting. The river continues carrying water toward distant places. The stars shine above everyone: explorer, guide, trader, hunter, mother, child, leader, traveler. All beneath the same enormous sky. The journey was never truly about being first. Lewis and Clark are sometimes remembered because they traveled through places that were unfamiliar to Americans in the East. But being unfamiliar to one group does not mean a place is unknown. The people living there already possessed knowledge. They had names for places. They had stories about mountains. They knew the rivers. They understood the animals. They knew the weather. They knew how to survive. So perhaps the most meaningful way to remember the expedition is not to ask, what did Lewis and Clark discover? Instead, we can ask, whose world did they enter? The answer is clear. They entered a world belonging to many native nations, a world with its own history, a world with its own knowledge, a world that existed long before the expedition arrived. The river keeps moving. The Missouri continues. The Columbia continues. The rivers do not stop for history. They flow beneath bridges, past towns, past forests, past farms, past places where people once camped. The mountains remain, the plains remain, the Pacific remains, and the story remains, not as a simple tale of two explorers, but as a story of people meeting people, of strangers becoming temporary companions, of knowledge being exchanged, of difficult journeys made possible by cooperation, and of a continent that was never truly empty. The fire has gone out now. The camp is quiet. The men are asleep. Tomorrow will bring another sunrise. But for tonight, the river continues its slow journey through the darkness, and somewhere far beyond the horizon, the mountain stands silently beneath the stars. The footsteps of Lewis and Clark have disappeared. The trails remain. The people remain. The memories remain. And the history continues. The road beyond the map. The expedition had returned, but the story of the West was only beginning. Lewis and Clark had carried their journals back east, along with maps, specimens, observations, and memories of thousands of miles of travel. For the people who had never seen the Western country, their reports opened a window into a world that seemed almost impossible to imagine. There were mountains larger than anything many Eastern Americans had ever seen. There were rivers stretching across enormous distances. There were forests that seemed endless. There were animals that appeared unfamiliar and sometimes almost mythical. And there were native nations whose knowledge of these lands was far deeper than anything contained in the expedition's maps. The explorers had crossed the continent, but they had also crossed into the histories of many other peoples. And those histories would continue long after the expedition disappeared. The maps begin to travel. A map can be more powerful than a story. A story can inspire curiosity. A map can show someone how to get there. The maps created during the expedition gradually became valuable to Americans interested in the West. Rivers that had once been uncertain became clearer. Mountain ranges became more accurately placed. Travel routes became easier to imagine. The distance between the Mississippi and the Pacific no longer seemed like an impossible mystery. And once a route can be imagined, people begin thinking about traveling it. Traders thought about it. Government officials thought about it, future explorers thought about it, and eventually settlers would think about it. The expedition had not planned all of these consequences, but history often moves beyond the intentions of the people who begin at. The West was still home for native nations. None of this was theoretical. The rivers were not lines on a map. They were places where people lived. The mountains were not blank areas waiting to be explored. They were homelands. The trails were not discoveries. They were roads already known. The expedition entered these places and recorded them from its own perspective, but the land had meanings that could not always be captured in a journal. A mountain might be connected to a story. A river might be connected to generations of travel. A valley might be a hunting ground. A particular place might carry spiritual importance. A trail might connect one community to another. The expedition could write down the geography. It could not write down every memory. The quiet strength of native knowledge throughout the journey. Native knowledge repeatedly proved useful. The explorers needed information about rivers. They needed information about mountains. They needed horses. They needed food. They needed guides. They needed communication. They needed to understand which communities were nearby. They needed to know where trails led. Again and again, knowledge that had been developed over generations became useful to people who had only recently arrived. This is one of the most remarkable aspects of the expedition. The explorers carried weapons, scientific instruments, supplies, and government authority. But none of those things could tell them where the safest mountain pass was. A person could trail through the forest. Imagine walking behind the expedition. The forest is quiet. Branches move gently in the wind. The ground is soft beneath your feet. Ahead, a narrow trail disappears between the trees. Lewis studies it. Clark studies it. The men wonder where it leads, but someone familiar with the region already knows. The trail might lead toward water. It might connect to a village. It might cross a mountain ridge. It might eventually reach another river. To the expedition, the trail is an important discovery. To the people who made regular use of it, it is simply part of life. That difference is easy to overlook. But it changes how we understand the entire journey. The meaning of a guide. A guide does more than point in a direction. A good guide understands the landscape. He knows when to stop. He knows where water can be found. He knows which paths become dangerous. He understands weather. He recognizes signs of animals. He knows where other people may be found. He carries memories of previous journeys. Lewis and Clark learned that a guide could be more valuable than almost any piece of equipment they carried. The wilderness did not become easier. They simply became better at understanding it. The expedition's most important tool. It is easy to imagine that the most important tools of the expedition were rifles, boats, maps, or scientific instruments. But there was another tool that mattered just as much: communication. A peaceful conversation could prevent conflict. A translation could make trade possible. A gesture could demonstrate friendship. A gift could establish goodwill. A guide could explain the route. A native leader could decide whether the expedition was welcome. The journey depended upon communication at nearly every stage. Without it, the expedition could have faced much greater danger. When trust was never guaranteed. The native nations had their own reasons to be cautious. Strangers were entering their territories. The expedition carried weapons. Its members represented a distant government. Nobody could know exactly what future travelers might do. Yet in many encounters, cooperation became possible. People sat together. They exchanged goods. They shared food. They talked. They watched one another. A temporary relationship developed. For the expedition, that relationship could last only a day. For the people involved, the memory could last much longer. The importance of gifts. The expedition carried trade goods for a reason. Small objects could become symbols of peaceful intentions: metals, clothing, tools, other manufactured items. These objects were exchanged during meetings. But gifts were more than physical possessions. They communicated something. We come peacefully. We recognize your authority. We want cooperation. We want to establish a relationship. Of course, the meaning of a gift depended on the people receiving it. Cultural differences could create misunderstandings. But exchange remained an important part of diplomacy. The river communities along the Missouri and Columbia systems. Rivers connected people. Travel by water could be faster than traveling overland. Fish provided food. Water offered transportation. Rivers connected villages and trading communities. The expedition learned to think of rivers not simply as geographic features, but as highways. This was another lesson the native peoples already understood. The continent's waterways formed enormous networks. The explorers were learning how to enter those networks. A world of trade. Long before Lewis and Clark arrived, native nations traded with one another. Goods moved across great distances. Different communities had access to different resources. Trade allowed those resources to travel. Information traveled with them. Stories traveled. News traveled. Political relationships traveled. The expedition entered these existing networks. Sometimes it benefited from them. Sometimes it misunderstood them. but it could not ignore them. The West already possessed an economy, it already possessed diplomacy, it already possessed systems of communication. The explorers were entering a functioning world. The return of memory. As Lewis and Clark traveled home, places began triggering memories. A river bend, a mountain, a camp, a trail, a village, a place where they had struggled, a place where someone had helped them. The journey west had once been a movement into uncertainty. Now the same landscape carried memories. The men were no longer strangers to every mile. They had learned, they had changed, and the landscape itself had become part of their personal history. What they could not know there was one thing the expedition could not see: the future. Standing beside the Pacific, the men could not know exactly what would happen decades later. They could not know how rapidly the United States would grow. They could not know how many people would eventually move west. They could not know how native nations would be affected. They could not know how treaties, wars, settlement, and government policies would transform the continent. They were simply completing their mission. But history was already moving. The road they had traveled would eventually become part of a much larger story. The changing meaning of exploration. In 1804, exploration meant gathering information. By the time the expedition returned, exploration had also become a symbol. It suggested possibility. It suggested movement. It suggested that the continent could be crossed. It suggested that the Pacific was connected to the American interior. For many Americans, that was exciting. But for native nations, the increasing presence of outsiders could mean uncertainty. The same geographical knowledge that excited Americans could create anxiety for people whose homelands were being described, mapped, and eventually claimed by a growing nation. That contrast is central to the history. One journey could have different meanings for different people. The names on the map. When Lewis and Clark returned, many places received names or were recorded more systematically. Maps turned landscapes into information, but native people already had names for those places. A river could have one name in a government map and another name in the language of the people living beside it. A mountain could be known through a story that never appeared in an American journal. A valley could have a name carrying generations of meaning. Maps can preserve information, but they can also hide complexity. A single printed name can make a place appear simple. The reality is often much deeper. The winter camp. Think back to the winter near the Pacific. Rain falls steadily. The fort is dark. The men sit close together. Outside, the forest is soaked. The ocean is nearby. The expedition members are tired. They talk about home. They talk about the journey. They remember the mountains. They remember the plains. They remember the people they met. Some of those memories are probably warm, others are difficult. The men have experienced more than they could have imagined when they first left. And yet the journey is not finished. Soon they will turn east. Home is still far away. The expedition begins the return. The Pacific disappears behind the trees. The Columbia carries them eastward. The mountains wait. The men know what is coming. They have already crossed this country. But this time, the journey feels different. They are no longer chasing the unknown. They are moving towards something familiar, home. That thought gives the men strength. But the road remains dangerous. A familiar mountain can still cause injury. A familiar river can still flood. A familiar trail can still disappear under snow. Experience reduces uncertainty. It does not eliminate danger. The final lessons of the mountains. As the men crossed the Rocky Mountains again, they were reminded of how much they had depended on others. They had survived because they had learned. They had survived because they had adapted. They had survived because they had received help. The mountains had not been conquered, they had been crossed. There is a difference. The expedition did not defeat the landscape. It learned how to move through it. And that lesson applies to the entire journey. They did not conquer the rivers. They learned how to navigate them. They did not create the trails. They learned how to follow them. They did not create the knowledge of the West. They learned from those who already possessed it. The return to the Missouri. Eventually, the Missouri appeared again. The sight must have been emotional. This was the river that had carried them into the unknown. Now it would carry them home. The men loaded their equipment. They prepared the boats. They continued downstream. The journey was nearing its end. But the meaning of the journey was becoming larger. They had started as explorers. They were returning as witnesses. They had seen a continent that most Americans had never seen. And they had brought its story back with them. The last miles, the final miles, must have felt strange. After so much travel, the idea of stopping could almost feel unfamiliar. The men had spent years moving. Every day had involved another river, another trail, another camp, another challenge. Now civilization was approaching. More familiar settlements would appear. The journey would become less dangerous. The expedition members would soon be able to sleep in ordinary beds. They would see friends. They would eat familiar food. They would hear familiar voices. But part of them would always remain on the road. A journey becomes a legend. After the expedition returned, the story grew. Every retelling added emphasis. The mountains became more dramatic. The dangers became more memorable. The adventure became larger. The expedition became legendary. This is what often happens to history. Real events become stories. Stories become legends. Legends become symbols. But beneath the legend is a real journey, real exhaustion, real hunger, real fear, real negotiation, real native communities, real people, and real consequences. The story we should remember. If we remember only two explorers, we miss much of the story. If we remember only the dramatic mountain crossings, we miss the human encounters. If we remember only the Pacific, we miss the thousands of miles that came before it. And if we imagine an empty wilderness, we miss the people who already lived there. The full story is richer. Lewis and Clark were brave. They were determined. They were skilled. But they were also dependent. They needed others. And those others included native people whose knowledge helped guide them across a continent. Under the evening sky, the sun is falling over the Missouri. The water reflects the fading light. The expedition's boats move quietly downstream. The men are tired. Some sit silently. Others talk about home. A few look back toward the horizon. They know the journey is almost finished. But behind them are thousands of miles, a mountain pass, a Pacific shore, a winter fort, countless encounters, names, faces, stories, and lessons. The river carries them forward. The past remains behind, but the future is waiting. The expedition has ended. The history it helped set in motion has not. And far beyond the river, across the mountains and forests they once crossed, native communities continue their own lives and histories. The explorers are returning home. The continent is changing, and the quiet river keeps moving beneath the evening sky. The West begins to change. The expedition was over, but the world it had crossed was entering a new period. Lewis and Clark returned to the United States with maps, journals, scientific observations, and stories that would be discussed for years. Yet the most important thing they brought back was knowledge. Knowledge of rivers, knowledge of mountains, knowledge of trails, knowledge of native nations, knowledge of the enormous distance between the Mississippi and the Pacific. For Americans who had never traveled beyond the eastern settlements, the West no longer seemed quite so mysterious. It had become imaginable. And once something becomes imaginable, people begin to ask a different question. Could they go there too? The first travelers after them, not long after the expedition, other travelers began looking west. Some were interested in trade. Some were interested in fur. Some wanted adventure. Others were interested in science. The routes described by Lewis and Clark became useful to people who followed. The explorers had not built roads. They had not created the rivers. They had not created the native trails. But their descriptions helped outsiders understand how those routes connected. A trader could look at a map and imagine a journey. A government official could look at a river and imagine a territory. A future explorer could study the mountains and prepare for the crossing. The expedition had transformed uncertainty into information. The fur trade became increasingly important in the West. Beaver pelts were valuable. European and American markets demanded them. Native nations had long participated in extensive trading systems. Now American and European traders entered those systems more aggressively. The relationships could be mutually beneficial. Native hunters possessed knowledge of the land and animals. Traders possessed manufactured goods. Both sides could gain from exchange. But the balance was not always equal. Competition grew. New diseases sometimes spread. Weapons and alcohol could alter communities. Political relationships became more complicated. The West was changing, slowly at first. Then faster the rivers become highways. The Missouri remained one of the great transportation routes. Boats moved along it. Trade expanded. Fur companies established posts. Travelers followed the river deeper into the interior. The same waterway Lewis and Clark had once viewed as an uncertain path became increasingly important to outsiders. But native people had been using these waterways long before American expansion. The river was already a highway. The difference was that more travelers were now arriving from far away, a changing balance at the beginning of the 19th century. The United States was still relatively young. Its population was concentrated mainly east of the Mississippi. Farther west, native nations remained powerful. They controlled territory. They maintained political alliances. They traded with one another. They defended their homelands. The arrival of American explorers did not immediately change that balance. But it was one step in a longer process. More travelers would come. More trade would follow. Government attention would increase. And eventually, the presence of the United States would become much larger. The people who watched the change, native communities, could see the changes happening. A new trader appeared, then another. A new trading post was established. More foreign goods entered local economies. More outsiders asked questions about routes. More outsiders wanted information. The changes did not happen everywhere at the same speed. Some communities welcomed trade. Some tried to use new relationships to strengthen their own political position. Others became suspicious. Some resisted. Different nations made different choices because their circumstances were different. There was no single native response. There could not be the memory of Lewis and Clark. For some people, the expedition might have become a story told around a fire. A strange group had passed through. They had unusual weapons. They had unfamiliar clothing. They had a woman traveling with a baby. They had boats. They asked questions. They exchanged gifts. Then they disappeared. Years later, another group arrived. Then another. The memory of the first expedition could become part of a much larger pattern. The strangers were no longer completely unexpected. The West was beginning to see more outsiders. The young nation looks west in the United States. The idea of Western expansion became increasingly powerful. The country had acquired enormous territory. The government wanted to understand it. Businesses wanted to profit from it. Travelers wanted to see it. Settlers wanted land. The maps produced by explorers became tools for all of these ambitions. But a map could make expansion appear simple. A line on paper did not show the people living there. It did not show their political systems. It did not show their relationships to the land. It did not show how difficult it would be to cross a mountain. It did not show the consequences of removing communities from their homes. The real world was much more complicated than the map. The meaning of ownership. This created a difficult question. Who had the right to control the land? The United States claimed sovereignty over enormous territories. But native nations already governed themselves. They had their own leaders, their own laws, their own territories, their own diplomatic relationships. American officials increasingly treated the West as part of a national expansion project. Native nations often saw the same land as their homeland. These two understandings would collide repeatedly in the decades that followed. Lewis and Clark had encountered this world before the full consequences became visible. A different kind of exploration itself began to change. The first expedition had been about finding information. Later travelers increasingly wanted to use that information. They wanted resources, trade routes, land, connections. The West was no longer simply a place to study. It was becoming a place where people wanted to build new lives and businesses. That changed the meaning of the trails Lewis and Clark had followed. A trail used by a few explorers could eventually become part of a much larger movement. The mountains, remember, the Rocky Mountains remained. Snow still covered their peaks. Rivers still flowed through their valleys. Native travelers continued using their established routes, but more outsiders would eventually arrive. They would follow paths that had existed for generations. They might believe they were discovering the best route, but often they were benefiting from knowledge that native people had developed long before. The mountains had not changed. The number of people crossing them had the importance of Sacagawea as the expedition became famous. Sacagawea's role was increasingly remembered. She became a symbol of the journey, but her story also represented something larger. She showed that the expedition was not simply a group of American men moving through an empty landscape. A native woman traveled with them. She had knowledge of language and culture. She had connections that could become essential during important encounters. Her presence helped demonstrate how dependent the expedition was upon cultural understanding. Without those connections, many moments could have unfolded very differently. A child on the journey, her young son, Jean-Baptiste, also traveled with the expedition. He was carried across enormous distances. He saw rivers, mountains, plains, forests, native villages, and eventually the Pacific Ocean. He was one of the youngest members of the expedition. His presence also made the journey unusual. A baby traveling across a continent helped communicate something important during encounters. The expedition was not simply a war party. It was a group traveling with a family. That could make some meetings less threatening. The human side of exploration history often focuses on achievements. How far did they travel? How many miles? How many rivers? How many mountains? How many maps? But the human side can be just as important. People were tired, people became sick, people argued, people laughed, people worried, people missed home. People became attached to one another. They watched friends struggle. They helped injured companions. They shared food. They slept beside rivers. They endured storms. The expedition was not an abstract historical event. It was made of ordinary human moments. The long silence of the wilderness at night. The wilderness could become almost completely silent. The campfire would shrink. The men would stop talking, the horses would settle. The river would continue flowing. Somewhere in the darkness, an animal might move through the trees. The mountains would stand beyond the camp. The men had traveled thousands of miles. Yet at night, all of that distance disappeared. There was only the fire, the darkness, the river, and the stars for a moment. The entire expedition could feel very small. The West was bigger than the expedition. This was perhaps the most important reality. The expedition lasted only a few years. The histories of the native nations it encountered stretched back countless generations. Lewis and Clark passed through. The native communities remained. Their languages continued. Their traditions continued. Their families continued. Their relationship with the land continued. The expedition became famous. But fame did not make it the center of the world it crossed. It was simply one event inside a much larger history. The future arrives. The years passed. More American citizens traveled west. The population grew. New settlements appeared. New roads were constructed. New commercial routes developed. The United States expanded its influence. The world Lewis and Clark had seen in the early 19th century slowly transformed. Some native communities adapted to new economic realities. Some negotiated with American officials. Some resisted. Some were forced into treaties. Others were displaced. The changes were often painful, and they were not inevitable in every detail. Human decisions shaped them. Looking back today, it is easy to look at the expedition from a distance. We know what happened afterward. Lewis and Clark did not. They could not see the future. They did not know exactly how their maps would be used. They did not know how many people would follow. They did not know how dramatically the political landscape would change. They were simply traveling. Yet their journey became part of the beginning of a new era in American history. The river at dawn. Imagine the Missouri at dawn. The darkness is slowly disappearing. Mist rises above the water. The first sunlight touches the trees. Birds begin calling. The expedition prepares to move. A boat is pushed into the river. The current catches it. The men begin another day. That scene could have taken place thousands of times during the journey. Each morning looked different. Yet the basic rhythm remained: wake, prepare, travel, observe, negotiate, eat, camp, rest, repeat. A great historical event was built from ordinary days. The journey that changed the map. Lewis and Clark did not redraw the continent by themselves, but they helped Americans see it differently. They showed how rivers connected. They described mountain ranges. They recorded routes. They documented native nations. They demonstrated that a journey from the Mississippi to the Pacific was possible, that knowledge mattered. The map had changed, and with it, The way many Americans imagined their country's future began to change, but the map was not the whole story. A map can show where a river bends. It cannot show the sound of the water at night. It can show a mountain. It cannot show the fear of climbing it during a storm. It can mark a village. It cannot show the people living inside it. It can draw a boundary. It cannot fully explain what that boundary means. That is why the journals and native histories are so important. Together, they reveal something closer to the real experience. The final lesson of the expedition, the greatest lesson of Lewis and Clark, may not have been about geography. It may have been about dependence. The expedition depended on nature. It depended on rivers. It depended on animals. It depended on weather. But most importantly, it depended on people. Native people provided information. Native people provided food. Native people traded horses. Native people guided travelers. Native people communicated. Native people sometimes protected the expedition. The explorers carried their own knowledge, but they could not succeed with that knowledge alone. The night after the journey, years after returning home, the memories of the journey must have remained vivid. The smell of the forests, the sound of the rivers, the cold mountain air, the sight of the Pacific, the faces of people they had met. The long evenings around campfires, the difficult crossings, the quiet mornings, the enormous distances. A person can leave a place, but a place does not always leave the person. The West had become part of their memory beyond the horizon, and so the story continues beyond Lewis and Clark. The expedition ended. The West did not. The native nations did not. The rivers did not. The mountains did not. The history did not. The expedition was a bridge between two periods. Before it, much of the interior was poorly understood by Americans in the East. After it, the United States possessed far more knowledge about the continent. That knowledge would inspire exploration, trade, settlement, expansion, and conflict. The consequences would reach far beyond anything the expedition members could imagine. Beneath the same stars tonight, if we imagine that world again, we do not need to imagine it as an empty wilderness. Instead, imagine many small fires across the continent. A native village beside a river, a family preparing food, a group of hunters returning home, travelers moving along an old trail, a canoe crossing calm water, and somewhere farther away, the expedition resting beside its own small fire. Different communities, different languages, different histories, yet everyone beneath the same sky. The stars do not belong to one nation. The rivers do not belong to one story. The mountains do not remember only one group of travelers. They remain. And history gathers around them. Lewis and Clark crossed the continent, but the continent had already been crossed many times before them. They simply became among the most famous people to write about the journey. And perhaps that is where the story should rest, not with the idea of an empty wilderness waiting to be discovered, but with the image of a living continent already filled with people who knew its rivers, understood its mountains, followed its trails, and carried its stories. The expedition passed through. The land remained, the people remained, and the history continued. The road home becomes history. The Missouri River carried the expedition eastward. The men were closer to home now, but the journey still felt enormous. For more than 2 years, they had lived according to the rhythm of rivers, forests, mountains, weather, hunting, and negotiation. They had learned to wake before sunrise. They had learned to repair damaged equipment. They had learned to read the sky. They had learned to recognize unfamiliar tracks. They had learned when to approach a native village carefully and when to keep their distance. Most importantly, they had learned that survival in a strange country depended upon knowledge that could not always be found in books. That knowledge belonged to people. And the farther they traveled toward home, the more they understood how much of their journey had depended upon those people. Familiar water. The Missouri no longer felt like an unknown river. The expedition knew it. They remembered its bends. They remembered its sandbars. They remembered places where the current became dangerous. They remembered the camps where they had once rested during the journey west, but something had changed. The river was no longer simply a path into the unknown. It was becoming a path toward home. The men moved downstream. The boats traveled quickly with the current. The plains passed on either side. Sometimes the landscape seemed almost peaceful. After the mountains, the open country felt familiar. But the men were carrying memories that would never leave them, the sound of home. As the expedition moved closer to established American settlements, the landscape slowly changed. There were more signs of civilization, more boats, more traders, more familiar faces. The wilderness no longer seemed endless. For men who had spent years away, these signs must have been powerful. A familiar language, a familiar style of clothing, a familiar building, a familiar flag. Home was becoming real. But the men were not the same people who had left. The journey had changed them. They had become witnesses to a continent few Americans had ever seen. The story they would tell when the expedition members returned. People wanted answers. What was beyond the Mississippi? What were the mountains like? What was the Pacific Ocean like? What animals lived in the West? What native nations lived there? Were the rivers navigable? Could Americans travel across the continent? The questions were endless. And the men had stories. They had notebooks, they had maps, they had specimens, they had memories. Every conversation helped spread the knowledge of the expedition. The journey was becoming a national story, the people behind the questions, but there was another question that mattered. What would Americans do with this knowledge? That question had no simple answer. Some wanted trade, some wanted scientific information, some wanted to establish stronger political connections, some wanted land, some wanted to travel. Some wanted to build new settlements. The expedition had provided information. Different people would use that information for different purposes. The explorers could not control what happened next. The native nations remained. The people Lewis and Clark had met were still there. They had not disappeared when the expedition returned east. The Shoshone remained. The Nez Perce remained. The Mandan and Hidatsa remained. The many peoples of the Columbia remained. Their communities continued, their families continued, their languages continued, their traditions continued. The expedition was a temporary event. Their lives were not. This distinction is essential when looking back at the journey. A meeting remembered differently. Imagine one of the native leaders who had met the expedition. Perhaps he remembered the strange Americans. Perhaps he remembered the gifts. Perhaps he remembered the weapons. Perhaps he remembered the discussions about horses. Perhaps he remembered the woman traveling with the baby. Years later, another American traveler might arrive. The earlier encounter would suddenly have a different meaning. The first strangers had not been alone. More were coming. The future could begin to look different. The beginning of a pattern. Lewis and Clark's expedition was one of the early moments in a pattern that would become increasingly familiar. Explorers arrived, then traders, then missionaries, then government officials, then settlers. Each group brought new relationships. Each group changed the environment. Each group interacted differently with native nations. Sometimes the interactions were peaceful. Sometimes they were tense. Sometimes they became violent. The West was becoming more connected to the growing United States. But connection did not always mean harmony. The price of knowledge. Knowledge can be powerful. The expedition learned where rivers flowed. That helped future travelers. It learned where mountain passes existed. That made future crossings easier. It learned about native communities. That gave the American government more information. It learned about resources. That encouraged commercial interest. The same knowledge that helped explorers survive could also help a growing nation expand. That is one of the complicated legacies of exploration. Information itself is not always good or bad. What matters is how people use it. The maps become more important. The maps were among the expedition's most valuable achievements. A map can change how people think about distance. Before the expedition, the Pacific seemed extraordinarily remote. Afterward, the route appeared clearer. Mountains could be crossed. Rivers could be followed. The continent could be imagined as connected. The map transformed uncertainty into possibility. But there was a hidden problem. The map represented land as geography. Native nations understood it as homeland. Those two ideas could coexist for a time. Eventually, they would collide. The quiet river. For a moment, forget politics, forget expansion, forget the future. Imagine only the river. The evening sun falls across the Missouri. The water moves slowly. Tall grass bends in the wind. A bird flies low over the surface. The expedition's boat moves quietly downstream. The men are tired. Nobody speaks for a while. They simply watch the landscape. Perhaps one of them thinks about the mountains. Another thinks about the Pacific. Another thinks about the people they met. Another thinks about home. The river carries all of them toward the end. What exploration really requires. The expedition had begun with confidence. The men had weapons, they had supplies, they had instructions, they had maps, they had training. But the West taught them humility. A river could become dangerous. A mountain could block the path. A storm could destroy plans. Food could disappear. Horses could become exhausted. A misunderstanding could create fear. And a stranger could become the person who saves the expedition. Exploration required courage, but it also required humility, the ability to say, "I do not know," and then ask someone who does. The power of listening. Lewis and Clark succeeded in many situations because they listened. They listened to native guides. They listened to interpreters. They listened to local leaders. They listened to hunters. They listened to people who knew the rivers. Sometimes they still misunderstood, but the willingness to listen mattered. It allowed them to learn. It allowed them to move forward, and it helped create peaceful relationships in places where a careless approach could have caused serious problems. The last great distance. The expedition still had miles to travel, but the emotional distance was different. They knew that civilization was approaching. The unknown was becoming known. The journey was becoming a memory even before it ended. Every river bend brought them closer. Every day reduced the distance. Eventually, the men would step onto familiar ground. The journey would officially end, but the experience would remain with them for the rest of their lives. Returning to the United States. When the expedition finally returned to the settlements of the United States, the reaction was enormous. They had been gone for years. Some people had wondered whether they would survive. Now they were back. They had completed the journey. The expedition had succeeded. For the young nation, it was a remarkable achievement. The men had traveled from the Mississippi to the Pacific and back. They had gathered information. They had strengthened American understanding of the West. They had accomplished something few people could imagine, but success had many faces. From the American perspective, the expedition was a success. From a scientific perspective, it was a success. From a geographical perspective, it was a success. But from the perspective of native nations, the story could not be reduced to an American achievement. The expedition had passed through their territories. It had created new relationships. It had carried news from the United States into places that had previously had limited contact with American officials. And it had become part of a larger movement that would eventually bring enormous changes. History rarely has only one perspective. The names that survived. Lewis and Clark's names survived. Their journals survived. Their maps survived. Their expedition became famous. But many of the people who helped them did not receive the same recognition. A guide could disappear from the written record. A translator might be mentioned only briefly. A native leader might appear in a few sentences. A family that shared food might never be named. This is one of the great challenges of history. The people who leave written records are often easier to remember. The people whose knowledge was passed through spoken traditions can become harder for later generations to see. The hidden army of knowledge. The expedition carried weapons. But behind those weapons was another kind of strength. Knowledge. Where to find water, where to find food, where to cross a river, where to find horses, where a mountain trail led, who lived nearby, who could be trusted, who needed to be approached carefully. That knowledge belonged to many people. The expedition borrowed from it. Sometimes it was given freely. Sometimes it was exchanged. Sometimes it was learned through observation. But it mattered the meaning of the Pacific. The Pacific Ocean had been the expedition's great destination. But perhaps the ocean was not the most important discovery. The ocean proved that the continent could be crossed. The mountains proved that difficult terrain could be navigated. The rivers proved that waterways connected enormous regions. But the people they encountered proved something else. The continent was already interconnected. Native nations were already communicating, trading, traveling, negotiating, sharing information. The expedition entered an existing network. It did not create the network. A story passed down years later. People would tell stories about the expedition. Children would hear about the explorers. Books would describe the journey. Maps would show the route. Statues would be built. Roads and places would carry the names Lewis and Clark. Their journey would become part of American identity. But a complete story should also remember the people who made the journey possible, because the expedition was not simply a story of two men moving west. It was a story of encounters, and every encounter involved at least two sides. The river at night returns. The river becomes dark. The camp is quiet. The men sleep. The horses stand nearby. The fire has almost disappeared. Above them, the stars fill the sky. Somewhere beyond the darkness are the mountains. Beyond those mountains is the Pacific. Beyond the Pacific lies a world they will never see. But tonight they are homeward bound. The expedition is almost finished. The river carries them steadily toward familiar country. And with every mile, the unknown becomes memory. The journey ends, but history moves forward. Lewis and Clark eventually stepped back into ordinary American life. But the continent they had crossed was not going back to what it had been. The maps existed. The information existed. The stories existed. The knowledge of roots existed. The American interest in the West had grown. The future was approaching. For Native nations, that future would bring both opportunities and profound challenges. Some would use new trade relationships. Some would negotiate with the United States. Some would resist American expansion. Some would be displaced. Some would suffer devastating losses. Others would adapt and continue. Their histories would not end. They would continue in new circumstances. The last image. Imagine the Missouri one final time. Morning light spreads across the water. The river moves beneath the pale sky. A canoe passes quietly. The grass moves in the breeze. The land appears peaceful. But beneath that peaceful surface is a vast history. Generations of native people, ancient trails, old trade routes, wars, friendships, families, journeys. And then, for a short period, the footsteps of Lewis and Clark. The expedition passes. The river remains. The mountains remain. The people remain. And the story continues. Because the real legacy of the expedition is not simply that two explorers reached the Pacific. It is that their journey revealed a continent already filled with life, knowledge, and history. They crossed the land, they recorded what they saw, they returned home. But they were never truly traveling through an empty wilderness. They were traveling through someone else's world. And the more they learned, the clearer that truth became. The fire fades. The river keeps moving. The stars remain above the continent. And somewhere in the distance, beyond the darkness, the Rocky Mountains stand exactly as they did when the expedition first saw them, silent, immense, unchanged, waiting for the next travelers who would follow the old trails. The people beyond the horizon. The expedition had returned to the east, but the west remained in the minds of many Americans. The journals were read. The maps were examined. The stories were repeated. For people who had spent their entire lives near the Atlantic coast, the lands beyond the Mississippi seemed almost impossibly distant. Yet Lewis and Clark had shown that those lands were connected. There were rivers leading west. There were mountain passes. There were established trails. There were communities. And there were people who understood the land in ways the explorers could only begin to learn. The expedition had crossed a continent. But the continent was still full of places the United States barely understood. The next generation of travelers, a new generation, began looking west. Some carried maps based partly on the information Lewis and Clark had gathered. Others carried stories told by traders and explorers. They followed rivers. They followed old trails. They traveled through mountain passes. Some traveled alone. Others traveled in groups. Every new journey added another layer of information. The West slowly became more familiar to outsiders, but familiarity did not mean ownership. That distinction would become increasingly important. Native nations, and the new arrivals for native communities. The arrival of more outsiders created difficult choices. Trade could be useful. New tools could be valuable. Metal goods could make certain tasks easier. Firearms could change hunting and warfare. Horses could transform travel. Information about distant events could be politically useful. But trade also created dependence. New diseases could spread. Competition between native nations could change. Outside governments could attempt to interfere with existing alliances. The arrival of outsiders brought opportunities. It also brought risks. A conversation beside the fire. Imagine two people sitting beside a fire. One belongs to a native community that has lived in the region for generations. The other has traveled from far away. They speak different languages. They understand the land differently. Yet they find ways to communicate, perhaps through an interpreter, perhaps through gestures, perhaps through a few words. They talk about horses, about rivers, about distant communities, about trade, about the weather. Neither person fully understands the other's world, but for a few hours they share the same fire. This kind of encounter happened repeatedly across the West. History was built from moments like these. The importance of diplomacy. Lewis and Clark understood that diplomacy mattered. They were not simply traveling through a landscape. They were entering the territories of sovereign native nations. The expedition had to introduce itself. It had to explain its purpose. It had to establish relationships. It had to show respect when possible. The expedition carried medals and gifts partly for this reason. Diplomacy could be the difference between peaceful passage and serious conflict. A single misunderstanding could have changed the course of the journey. The limits of friendship between individuals did not always solve larger political problems. A native leader could welcome an expedition. A traveler could form a friendship with a local family. A trader could establish a successful business relationship. Yet governments could later make decisions that affected entire communities. Treaties could be negotiated far away. Territories could be claimed. Policies could change. One generation's peaceful relationship could be followed by another generation's conflict. This is one of the painful realities of history. Personal relationships and political decisions do not always move together. The land without empty space. The phrase wilderness can be misleading. To an outsider, a forest may look empty, but someone who knows the forest sees trails. They know where berries grow. They know where animals move. They know where water can be found. They know where people once camped. They know which trees are useful. They know the seasons. The landscape may appear untouched, but it may actually be deeply familiar to the people who live there. Lewis and Clark gradually learned this. The farther they traveled, the more they encountered evidence of human knowledge. The old trails. The expedition often traveled along routes that already existed. Some were narrow, some were difficult, some crossed mountains, others followed rivers. But they were not random paths. They connected communities. They followed practical routes through difficult terrain. They were built from generations of experience. The explorers depended upon these paths. Later travelers would depend upon them too. In this way, native knowledge became part of the infrastructure of Western travel. The mountains and the weather. The mountains remained one of the expedition's greatest challenges. Weather could change quickly. Snow could block a route. Cold could weaken travelers. Rivers could become dangerous. The explorers learned that the mountains could not be treated casually. Native people who lived near them understood this better. They knew seasonal patterns. They knew when certain routes were safer. They knew where food could be found. They knew where shelter was possible. For someone unfamiliar with the mountains, that knowledge could mean survival. A lesson in humility. The expedition's greatest strength was perhaps its ability to adapt. When the plan failed, the men changed it. When a river became impossible to navigate, they carried their equipment. When food became scarce, they hunted. When they needed information, they asked. When they needed horses, they negotiated. When they encountered unfamiliar customs, they tried to understand them. The expedition was not successful because everything went according to plan. It was successful because the men kept adapting. The role of the interpreters. Communication was often complicated. Different native nations spoke different languages. The expedition could not simply speak English and expect everyone to understand. Interpreters became essential. Some individuals could communicate across several languages. Others used established trade languages. Sometimes gestures filled the gaps. Communication was imperfect. Misunderstandings happened. But without interpreters and people with language knowledge, the expedition's diplomacy would have been much more difficult. Words that never reached the journal. Not every conversation was recorded. The journals contain valuable information, but they could not capture every word spoken. A conversation might last an hour. Only a few sentences might appear in the written record. A native leader might express concerns that were never fully understood. A traveler might offer advice that was summarized in a single line. A family might share food without becoming part of the historical record. This means that the written story is incomplete. There are always voices missing. The unwritten history. Native peoples carried their histories through oral traditions. Stories were passed between generations. Knowledge was taught through experience. Places carried memories. Names carried meaning. Family histories connected people to land. These forms of history were different from the written journals of Lewis and Clark. But different does not mean less important. To understand the expedition fully, we must recognize that multiple historical traditions existed at the same time. The journey becomes a symbol as the years passed. Lewis and Clark became more than explorers. They became symbols. Their expedition represented courage, curiosity, scientific discovery, national ambition, Western exploration. The story became increasingly famous, but symbols can simplify complicated history. A heroic adventure story may leave out the uncertainty of the native communities. It may make the land appear empty. It may make the expedition appear independent. The real journey was much more complicated. The people who made survival possible consider everything the expedition needed: food, water, shelter, horses, navigation, information, communication, protection. Not all of these came from the expedition's own supplies. Some came from the landscape. Some came from native communities. Some came through trade. Some came from people who had traveled the region before. The expedition's survival was therefore a shared achievement. That fact deserves to be remembered. A quiet morning on the plains. The sun rises over the grassland. The horizon seems endless. The expedition wakes. Smoke rises from the fire. The horses move slowly through the grass. A few men prepare breakfast. Others check equipment. There is little conversation. Everyone knows the routine. The day ahead may involve another long journey. But for a moment, everything is peaceful. The plains are quiet. The sky is enormous. The wind moves through the grass. It is easy to understand why the explorers were fascinated by this country. Yet someone born here would not see only beauty. They would see a homeland, a place filled with memories. The meaning of home. Home is not simply a building. For many native communities, home was an entire landscape: rivers, mountains, plains, hunting grounds, villages, sacred places, burial sites, trails. A person could travel across the region and still remain within their homeland. This was different from the way many Americans in the East imagined territory. For the expedition, land could be measured. For native nations, land could also be remembered. That difference would become increasingly important as American expansion continued. The future. Nobody could see standing beside a river in 1805. Nobody could know exactly what the next century would bring. No one knew how many settlers would cross the plains. No one knew how many towns would appear. No one knew that railroads would eventually cross the continent. No one knew that enormous cities would rise in places the expedition considered wilderness. No one knew how native nations would struggle to protect their homelands. History was still unwritten. The future was still hidden. For the people living in that moment, tomorrow was simply tomorrow. The final miles of the expedition. Eventually, the expedition reached the familiar world again. The men stepped back into American society. They were celebrated, they were questioned, they were remembered. Their journey became part of national history. But their personal experiences were more complicated than the celebration suggested. They had lost people along the way. They had experienced fear. They had experienced exhaustion. They had depended on others. They had seen things they could never fully explain. The expedition was a success. But success did not erase hardship. The West keeps its secrets. Even after the expedition returned, much of the West remained unknown to Americans. There were still regions they had not explored. There were still native nations they had not met. There were still mountains they had not crossed. There were still rivers they had not mapped. The expedition had not finished exploration. It had only changed the starting point. More journeys would follow, more information would be gathered, more maps would be drawn, and eventually more outsiders would enter the West. The cost of the new maps. A map can be beautiful. Lines representing rivers, names representing mountains, symbols representing villages. But every line can carry consequences. Once a government knows where a river flows, it can plan routes. Once it knows where a mountain pass exists, it can send travelers. Once it knows where resources exist, businesses can pursue them. Once it understands a region, it can attempt to govern it. The expedition's maps were scientific achievements, but they also became part of a larger process of American people who stayed while explorers moved on. Native communities remained rooted. They adapted to changing conditions. They continued farming, hunting, fishing, trading, traveling, teaching children, celebrating traditions, maintaining relationships. The arrival of outsiders did not erase their identities. The story of the West, therefore, cannot end with Lewis and Clark. Their expedition was only one chapter. The native nations continued writing their own histories. The fire burns low, the night grows darker. The expedition members sit near a small fire. The day's work is finished. The horses are resting. The river moves quietly nearby. Someone writes in a journal. Someone checks a rifle. Someone repairs clothing. Someone simply watches the flames. Tomorrow will bring another journey. But tonight, the world is quiet. The men do not know that their journey will become famous. They do not know that people centuries later will study their maps. They do not know that historians will debate their decisions. They do not know that statues will be built in their honor. They are simply tired travelers sitting beside a river. The history beneath the story, that is perhaps the best way to remember the expedition. Not as a perfect legend, not as a simple adventure, but as a human journey, a journey through an inhabited continent, a journey dependent on native knowledge, a journey filled with uncertainty, a journey that connected distant worlds, a journey that would have consequences far beyond its original purpose. Lewis and Clark crossed thousands of miles, but history crossed much farther. It moved into the future. One more sunrise morning comes again. The stars disappear. The sky becomes pale. The river reflects the first light. The expedition prepares to move. The boats enter the water. The current carries them forward. Behind them are mountains. Ahead is home. And beyond home is a future none of them can see. The West will change. The United States will grow. Native nations will face new challenges. New travelers will follow old trails. New maps will replace old ones. But the rivers will continue. The mountains will continue. And the memory of the expedition will remain. Not because the explorers were the first people to know the land. They were not. But because they recorded a moment when different worlds met. A moment when a young nation looked westward. A moment when native nations encountered representatives of a growing power. A moment when knowledge traveled across cultural boundaries. And a moment when the future of the continent began to look different. The boats move quietly down the river. The morning grows brighter. The men continue toward home. And behind them, across the vast American West, the old trails remain beneath the grass, waiting. Remembering, carrying the footsteps of generations who came long before the expedition, and those who would come long after it. The long shadow of the expedition. The expedition was finished. Lewis and Clark were home. Their boats were no longer moving through unfamiliar rivers. Their camps had disappeared. The fires they had built along the way had gone cold. Yet the journey itself did not end when the men returned. It continued through maps, through stories, through government decisions, through the memories of native nations, and through the growing movement of Americans toward the West. The expedition had lasted only a few years. Its influence would last much longer. A nation looking west. When Lewis and Clark returned, the United States was still young. Its population was concentrated mostly in the East. Many Americans had never seen the Great Plains. Few had any personal understanding of the Rocky Mountains. The Pacific coast seemed incredibly distant, but now there was evidence. The continent could be crossed. The rivers could be followed. The mountains could be passed. The Pacific could be reached. The journey was no longer only an idea. It had become a demonstrated possibility. And possibilities have a way of attracting people. The traders arrived. Traders began moving deeper into the interior. Some followed the Missouri, others traveled across the plains. Some entered the Rocky Mountains. They carried manufactured goods. They searched for furs. They exchanged supplies. They developed relationships with native communities. Many depended heavily on native knowledge. They learned which routes were practical. They learned where animals could be found. They learned which communities controlled particular areas. The West already had an economy. The newcomers were entering it. Old trade networks, native trade networks had existed for generations. People traveled great distances to exchange goods. Information traveled with them. A person could hear news from another region without ever visiting it. A particular item might travel hundreds of miles through several different communities. These networks connected people across enormous distances. Lewis and Clark encountered parts of this system during their journey. Later traders became increasingly involved in it. The outsiders were not creating trade from nothing. They were entering an existing world, a new kind of visitor at first. A stranger might have seemed unusual. Then another arrived, then another. Over time, unfamiliar faces became more common. Native communities had to decide how to respond. Some welcomed trade, some sought alliances, some remained cautious. Some attempted to control the relationship, some resisted. Different nations faced different circumstances. There was no universal answer. Every community had its own interests. The importance of horses. Horses were extremely valuable across much of the West. They transformed transportation. They made hunting easier. They increased mobility. They could also have military importance. The expedition's need for horses showed how important they were. Without horses, crossing certain parts of the Rocky Mountains would have been even more difficult. Native nations had developed sophisticated systems involving horses long before the expedition arrived. The explorers entered a world where the horse had already transformed. Of the seasons, a traveler from the east might look at a mountain and think only about distance. A native traveler could look at the same mountain and think about seasons. Where would snow remain? When would a pass open? Where could animals be found? Where could water be obtained? Which route was safe during a particular month? This knowledge was practical. It was accumulated through generations. Lewis and Clark could record observations, but they could not instantly acquire centuries of experience. The difference between seeing and knowing: the explorers saw many things, but seeing is not the same as knowing. They could see a river. They needed someone to tell them where it led. They could see a mountain. They needed to know how to cross it. They could see an animal. They needed to know how to hunt it. They could see a village. They needed to know how to approach it. The West taught them that observation was only the beginning. Understanding required experience. The written record: Lewis and Clark kept extensive journals. Those journals became one of the most valuable records of the expedition. They described landscapes, animals, plants, weather, people, events. The journals allowed people far away to imagine the journey, but every written record has limits. The writers could only describe what they noticed. They could only interpret events through their own cultural understanding. They could not record everything. And they could not speak for every person they encountered. The journals are essential, but they are not the entire story. The voices beside the journal, alongside the explorers' writings, were other histories: native oral traditions, family stories, community memories, languages containing place names, stories connected to particular landscapes. These histories were preserved differently. They were not always written down, yet they carried information that explorers could not fully capture. A complete understanding of the expedition requires attention to both kinds of history. The written journal tells us what the explorers experienced. Native histories help reveal the world they entered. The first winter: the winter near the Pacific remained one of the expedition's most difficult periods. Rain fell frequently. Supplies were limited. The men became exhausted. The surrounding environment was unfamiliar, yet the expedition survived. They built a temporary settlement. They hunted. They gathered food. They repaired equipment. They waited. The winter taught them patience. Not every part of exploration was movement. Sometimes survival meant staying still. The ocean beyond the trees. Eventually, the expedition reached the Pacific. For the explorers, it was a moment of achievement. They had crossed the continent. The vast ocean stretched before them. Behind them were the mountains. Beyond those mountains were the plains. Beyond the plains was the Missouri. The journey had connected enormous distances. But the ocean also marked a boundary. They had reached the western edge of the world as they understood it. Now they had to turn around. Turning east, the journey home was different. They knew the route. They knew many of the dangers. They knew some of the people they would encounter. They had experience, but they were still vulnerable. The mountains remained dangerous. The rivers remained unpredictable. Food could still become scarce. The men had learned much, but the continent remained powerful. It could still overwhelm them. The return to the Shoshone when the expedition encountered native communities they had met earlier. The meetings carried a different feeling. The explorers were no longer complete strangers. They had already established relationships. Some encounters were warm, others were practical. They needed supplies. They needed information. They needed horses. The return journey demonstrated how important relationships had become. The expedition had begun with uncertainty. Now it was moving through a world. It partly understood the Nez Perce, and the mountains the Nez Perce were among the native peoples who played an important role in the expedition's journey. Their knowledge of the region mattered. Their assistance helped the explorers recover from difficult conditions. Their willingness to provide support became one of the important examples of cooperation during the expedition. Yet later history between the United States and the Nez Perce would become far more painful. That contrast reminds us that a peaceful encounter in one period does not guarantee peaceful relationships forever. History changes. Political circumstances change. People change. The future of the Pacific Northwest. When Lewis and Clark reached the Pacific Northwest, they entered regions inhabited by many native communities. These communities had their own economies, their own political relationships, their own cultures, their own systems of trade. The arrival of American explorers was only one moment in their long histories, but more outsiders would eventually come: traders, missionaries, settlers, government officials. The region would become increasingly connected to the United States. The transformation would take decades. The idea of expansion for many Americans, the West began to represent opportunity, land, trade, adventure, resources, a future. The expedition contributed to this imagination. Its reports made the West seem accessible. But opportunity for one group could mean danger for another. Settlers seeking land would encounter native communities already living there. Government officials would attempt to establish authority. Treaties would be negotiated. Conflicts would emerge. The story of expansion, therefore, cannot be separated from the story of native resistance and survival. The empty map there is an old temptation to imagine the West as an empty space, a blank map, a wilderness waiting for explorers. But the expedition itself disproves that idea. Lewis and Clark repeatedly encountered people, villages, trails, fields, hunting grounds, trade routes, leaders, families, languages. The West was not empty. It was unfamiliar to the explorers. Those are two very different things. The meaning of discovery: a person can discover something personally without being the first human to know it exists. Lewis and Clark discovered the West in the sense that they learned about it firsthand. They did not discover it in the absolute sense. People had lived there for thousands of years. They had names for the rivers. They had stories about the mountains. They knew the animals. They knew the seasons. The explorers were discovering it for themselves. That distinction matters. The quiet camp. Imagine the expedition stopping beside a river. The sun has disappeared. The sky is deep blue. The fire is small. A pot hangs above the flames. The men eat quietly. Someone writes. Someone watches the horses. Someone repairs a broken strap. The river makes a soft sound. The day is finished. For the men, this is another camp. For us, centuries later, it is a window into the past. We can imagine their exhaustion, their uncertainty, their curiosity, their dependence on one another. The journey was built on small moments. History often celebrates dramatic events: crossing the Rockies, reaching the Pacific, returning home. But the expedition survived through smaller moments: a native person showing a safe trail, someone sharing food, a guide explaining the river, a horse being traded, an interpreter preventing a misunderstanding, a member of the expedition helping another after an injury. These moments rarely become famous, but without them, the famous moments might never have happened. The people history forgot. Many people who interacted with the expedition left almost no trace in written history. They may have spoken with the explorers for hours. They may have shared important information. They may have provided food. They may have saved someone's life. Yet their names may never have been written down. This is not because they were unimportant. It is because history preserves some voices more easily than others. The expedition's journals are detailed, but they are still only one record. The return home. Eventually, the expedition reached the familiar settlements of the United States. The journey was finished. The men were celebrated, their accomplishment became known. The country had gained new geographical knowledge, the explorers had completed their mission. But the West had also changed in their minds. They had seen something enormous. Something that could not be fully explained by words. They had seen a continent filled with different landscapes and peoples. They had learned that survival depended upon cooperation. And they had learned that the unknown was often known by someone else. What remained behind after the celebration ended. The explorers returned to ordinary life. But they left behind trails, camps, records, maps, relationships, memories, and stories. The people they had met continued living in their own communities. The rivers continued flowing. The mountains continued standing. The plains continued changing with the seasons. The expedition disappeared. The landscape remained the beginning of a much larger story. The expedition was not the final chapter of Western exploration. It was an opening. More explorers would come. More traders would come. More settlers would come. More government officials would come. The United States would continue expanding. Native nations would continue defending their communities. Some would negotiate. Some would resist. Some would adapt. Some would suffer catastrophic losses. The history that followed was complex and often painful. But the roots of that history can be traced partly to the growing American interest in the West. The stars above the plains tonight. Imagine the plains again. The grass moves in the wind. The fire burns low. The horses stand quietly. The river reflects the stars. There are no highways, no cities, no engines, only darkness and distance. The expedition rests. Beyond the firelight, the continent continues. Native communities live beneath the same sky. Travelers move along old trails. Families gather around their own fires. The explorers are only one small group among many. They are passing through. The land is not waiting for them. It is already alive. The final lesson, the greatest lesson of the expedition, may be simple. The world is always larger than the map. A map shows distance. A journey reveals experience. A journal records observations. A community carries memory. Lewis and Clark created an extraordinary record of their journey. But their record became meaningful because they entered a world that already had its own stories. They were explorers. But they were also guests. They depended upon people they had never met. They learned from those who already knew the land. And they returned home carrying knowledge that would change how Americans imagined the continent. The river moves on. The Missouri continues its journey. It passes through landscapes that have changed beyond recognition. Cities now stand where camps once existed. Bridges cross rivers that once seemed impossible to navigate. Modern roads follow routes that once required weeks of travel. But the water still moves. The same mountains still rise. The same sky still stretches across the plains. And the history remains beneath the modern landscape. Lewis and Clark are gone. The people they met have passed through generations. But their descendants remain. Their nations remain. Their histories remain. The old trails have not truly disappeared. Some are buried beneath roads. Some remain beneath grass. Some survive in memory. Some survive in names. The expedition began as a mission into the unknown. It ended as one of the most famous journeys in American history. But perhaps the deepest story is not about how far Lewis and Clark traveled. It is about how much they had to learn from people who already knew the way. The explorers followed rivers. They followed trails. They crossed mountains. They listened to guides. They negotiated with leaders. They accepted help. And step by step, they crossed a continent. Then they turned east, and the river carried them home. The journey ended, but the consequences had only begun. And far beyond the quiet campfire, beneath the enormous American sky, the next chapter of the West was already waiting. The journey becomes a memory. The years began to pass. The expedition that had once seemed so immediate slowly became a memory. The men who had walked beside the rivers of the West returned to ordinary responsibilities. The great mountains were no longer outside their tents. The endless plains were no longer beneath their feet. The Pacific was far away. Yet the memories remained. Sometimes a familiar smell could bring back an entire landscape. The smell of wet earth, the sound of rain, the crackling of a campfire. The distant call of an unfamiliar bird, the sight of snow on a mountain. The men had spent so long traveling that the journey had become part of who they were. The journals remained. The journals became especially important. Inside them were observations that could not easily be forgotten. Descriptions of rivers, descriptions of plants, descriptions of animals, descriptions of native communities, descriptions of mountains, and descriptions of ordinary days. The journals preserved details that memory alone could eventually lose. A man might forget exactly where he had camped, but the written page could remember. A difficult crossing could become a paragraph. A meeting with a native leader could become a record. A strange animal could become a scientific observation. A storm could become a sentence. The expedition had transformed experience into history. The people who read the journals, when people in the East read about the journey, many were fascinated. They had never seen a buffalo herd. They had never stood before the Rocky Mountains. They had never watched the Columbia River flow toward the Pacific. The journals allowed them to imagine those places, but they also learned about people. The expedition described native nations across the continent. For many Eastern readers, these descriptions were their first detailed information about communities living far beyond the Mississippi. Yet the descriptions were still written through the eyes of outsiders. The readers were seeing the West through the expedition's perspective. That perspective was valuable, but it was not complete. The world beyond the page. A written description of a village can never fully reproduce the village. It can tell you how many houses were visible. It can describe clothing. It can mention food. It can describe a leader. But it cannot completely communicate the sounds, the smells, the relationships, the laughter of children, the conversations between families, the memories attached to the place. A journal freezes one moment. Life continues. That is why the native history surrounding the expedition remains so important. They preserve perspectives that the explorers could not fully record. The return of travelers. As more Americans traveled west, the world described by Lewis and Clark became less distant. Traders returned with their own stories. Mountain men crossed the Rockies. Missionaries traveled into native communities. Scientists followed. Government officials arrived. The West was becoming increasingly connected to the United States, but the Old World had not vanished. Native nations remained politically important. They continued controlling large territories. They continued trading. They continued hunting. They continued defending their interests. The new arrivals were entering a world that already had its own balance of power. The fur companies. The fur trade expanded. Companies established trading posts. Trappers traveled deep into the mountains. Rivers became commercial routes. Native hunters became important partners. Knowledge of animal habitats became valuable. Knowledge of local languages became valuable. Knowledge of trails became valuable. The West became a place where different economies met. But the growing trade also changed relationships. Competition increased. Some communities became dependent on manufactured goods. Disease sometimes spread through trading networks. Weapons changed political relationships. The consequences were not always visible immediately. A changing world. The early 19th century was a period of enormous change. The United States was growing. European powers were still interested in North America. Native nations were defending their territories. Trade networks were expanding. New technologies were appearing. Transportation was changing. Information was moving faster. Lewis and Clark's expedition belonged to this period of transition. They were not simply explorers. They were witnesses to a world beginning to change. The meaning of a homeland. To understand what came afterward, it is important to understand what the land meant to native nations. A homeland was not simply a piece of territory. It could contain the graves of ancestors, places connected to traditional stories, important hunting grounds, fishing areas, winter camps, summer camps, sacred places, routes connecting communities. A river could be both transportation and memory. A mountain could be both geography and history. When outsiders described these places as territory, they were often using a very different idea of land. The future conflict. The United States would increasingly want control over Western territory. Native nations would continue to defend their homelands. This created tension. Sometimes treaties attempted to establish boundaries. Sometimes agreements created temporary peace. Sometimes those agreements were later changed. Sometimes settlers moved into lands that native communities considered their own. Conflicts followed. The expedition itself was not responsible for every event that came later, but its maps and reports became part of a growing body of American knowledge about the West. That knowledge helped make expansion. Weight of a map. Imagine an old map spread across a wooden table. The paper is covered with lines. A river runs from one side to another. Mountains rise in symbols. Names appear beside waterways. A person looking at the map might see opportunity. A trader might see a route. A soldier might see a strategic path. A settler might see land. A native leader might see a homeland divided by lines drawn by someone else. The same map can mean completely different things depending on who is looking at it. The old world continues while Americans were studying the maps. Native families continued their daily lives. Children grew up. Elders passed down stories. Hunters traveled. Families moved according to seasonal patterns. People traded. People married. People celebrated. People mourned. The arrival of the expedition did not stop any of this. History sometimes makes famous events seem larger than ordinary life. But for most people, history happens while they are simply trying to live. The expedition was important, but it was only one event in thousands of lives. The memory of the mountains for members of the expedition. The Rocky Mountains were perhaps impossible to forget. They had struggled through snow. They had walked long distances. They had depended upon native guides. They had experienced hunger. They had been exhausted. And eventually they had crossed. Years later, they might still remember the feeling of standing among those enormous peaks. The mountains had challenged them, but they had also taught them nature could not be rushed. A traveler had to respect distance. A traveler had to prepare. And sometimes the safest path was the one already known by someone who lived there. A lesson that remained. The expedition had started with confidence. It ended with experience. The men knew much more than they had before, but perhaps they also knew how much they did not know. They had learned that the continent was enormous. They had learned that native nations possessed sophisticated knowledge. They had learned that survival required cooperation. They had learned that maps could only tell part of a story. And they had learned that reaching a destination was only one part of a journey. The people you meet along the way can become just as important as the place you are trying to reach. The evening fire. Imagine a small fire burning beside the Missouri. The sky is turning orange. The day's heat is disappearing. A group of travelers sits quietly. One person prepares food. Another checks the horses. Another looks toward the river. A native guide sits nearby. There is no dramatic speech, no great announcement. Just people sharing the same evening. The river moves. The wind moves through the grass. The fire burns. For a moment there is no future. There is only the present. This is how much of the expedition actually happened. Not in grand historical scenes, but in ordinary moments beside rivers and campfires. The importance of ordinary people. Great expeditions are usually remembered through their leaders, Lewis, Clark, Sacagawea. But the expedition depended on dozens of individuals, soldiers, hunters, boatmen, interpreters, guides, native leaders, traders, families. Without them, the expedition would have been very different. History often gives the greatest attention to names, but success is frequently created by people whose names are barely remembered. The expedition was a collective achievement. The journey's hidden network. Every time the expedition entered a new region, it entered a network of trails, a network of rivers, a network of communities, a network of trade, a network of information. Someone knew where the next village was. Someone knew where horses could be found. Someone knew which river route was safe. Someone knew the location of food. Someone knew another language. The expedition moved through these networks. That is why it could cross such an enormous distance. A different definition of exploration. Perhaps exploration should not always mean finding something new. Sometimes exploration means learning how another person understands a place. Lewis and Clark saw mountains, but native people knew their mountains. They saw rivers, but native people knew their rivers. They saw animals, but native hunters understood them. They saw trails, but native travelers had already walked them. The expedition's great achievement was not creating this knowledge. It was recording and carrying some of it into another world. The Pacific becomes a memory. The ocean that had once been their destination eventually became a distant memory. The sound of waves, the enormous horizon, the smell of salt water, the sight of the coastline. The men had reached the western edge of their journey, but after returning home, the Pacific was thousands of miles away again. For most Americans, it remained distant. For Lewis and Clark, it became a place they had personally seen. That experience separated them from almost everyone around them. They had crossed something enormous. The story grows as time passed. The expedition became larger in the public imagination. The dangers became dramatic. The wilderness became mysterious. The explorers became heroes. The journey became an adventure story, but the real story was more subtle. There were long, boring days, repeated routines, waiting, repairing equipment, negotiating. Traveling the same river for weeks, watching weather, hunting, sleeping, then doing it all again. The extraordinary journey was built from ordinary repetition. The quiet truth, perhaps the most peaceful truth about the expedition, is that nobody knew they were making history. The men did not wake each morning, are creating one of the most famous journeys in American history. They simply had another day to survive, another river to cross, another mountain to climb, another camp to build, another conversation to have. History becomes history later. At the time, it is simply life the continent remembers today. Roads and cities cover much of the landscape. Modern travelers can cross the country quickly. Airplanes can fly over the Rockies. Cars can travel highways that cross the plains. Technology has transformed the meaning of distance. Yet beneath all of it is the same geography. The Missouri still flows. The Rockies still rise. The Columbia still moves toward the Pacific. And native nations continue to exist. Their communities have changed. Their circumstances have changed. But their histories did not end with the arrival of Lewis and Clark. The long Meriwether journey can last 2 years. A memory can last centuries. The Lewis and Clark expedition became part of American memory, but it also became part of the history of the native nations they encountered. The meetings were remembered. The visitors were remembered. The exchanges were remembered. And the consequences of increased American presence would eventually become impossible to ignore. The expedition was a small moment compared with the centuries of native history surrounding it. Yet because it was so well documented, it became one of the most visible moments. Another night, the sun disappears. The plains become dark. The river becomes almost invisible. The campfire provides the only warm light. The men settle down. One final person writes in the journal. The page fills with words. Then the book closes. The day is finished. Tomorrow will begin another journey, perhaps another meeting, perhaps another storm, perhaps another quiet river. Nobody knows. But the stars are already shining. They shine over the expedition. They shine over native villages. They shine over the mountains. They shine over the Pacific. The same stars connect every place the expedition has visited. What the expedition left behind: it left maps. It left journals. It left scientific observation. It left stories. Left names. It left memories. But perhaps its greatest legacy was a new understanding of connection. The continent was not divided into isolated pieces. Rivers connected regions. Trails connected communities. Trade connected nations. People carried information across enormous distances. The expedition discovered some of these connections. But those connections already existed. The road ahead, the future, would bring enormous changes. More Americans would travel west. The United States would become larger. Transportation would improve. Settlements would expand. Native nations would face increasing pressure. Some would fight. Some would negotiate. Some would adapt. Many would suffer, but many would survive. Their descendants would continue to tell their stories. Their languages would continue. Their cultures would continue. Their nations would continue. History would become complicated, but it would not become silent. The last campfire. Imagine one final campfire beside a river. The flames are low. The travelers are quiet. The night is cool. The water moves slowly. A few sparks rise into the darkness. Beyond the firelight, the land stretches toward distant mountains. There is no sound of a highway, no aircraft, no city lights, only wind, water, fire, and stars. The expedition members rest. Tomorrow they will continue. But tonight they are simply travelers. And perhaps that is the best way to remember them, not as statues, not as names carved into stone, but as human beings standing beneath an enormous sky, moving through a continent they did not fully understand, learning from people who knew it far better than they did. The fire becomes smaller. The river continues, the stars remain, and the story moves quietly into the future. Beyond the expedition, the story of Lewis and Clark did not truly end when the expedition reached home. In some ways, that was when the larger story began. The expedition had crossed the continent and returned with information that could be shared. The United States now possessed a clearer picture of the land acquired through the Louisiana Purchase. But knowing where a river flowed was different from controlling the river. Knowing where a mountain stood was different from owning the land around it. And knowing that native nations lived across the West was different from understanding what their sovereignty meant. The years ahead would reveal just how complicated the future would become. The young country grows. The United States was changing quickly. New communities were appearing. Population was increasing. Trade was expanding. People were moving farther from the Atlantic coast. The Mississippi River became increasingly important. The Ohio River connected communities. The Missouri became a gateway toward the interior. The country was no longer looking only eastward. Its attention was turning west. And Lewis and Clark had helped make that western horizon more visible. The information spreads. News about the expedition traveled through newspapers and conversations. People who had never met the explorers repeated their stories. Some details became exaggerated. Some became simplified. Some became legendary. The actual journey had been complicated and exhausting. But stories often become cleaner with time. A dangerous river becomes an adventure. A difficult mountain crossing becomes a heroic moment. An uncertain encounter becomes a dramatic meeting. The deeper realities can disappear beneath the legend. Yet the original journals remained. They provided a more detailed record. The men who returned for Lewis and Clark themselves. Returning home did not mean returning to exactly the same lives. They had been away for years. They had seen enormous distances. They had experienced hardships that few Americans could imagine. Their experiences could not simply be forgotten. Clark would remain connected to Western affairs. Lewis would carry the experience of the expedition into his later life. The expedition had shaped both men, but neither could control how future generations would remember them. Sacagawea's place in the story. Sacagawea became one of the most remembered figures associated with the expedition. Her presence has fascinated generations. A young native woman traveling thousands of miles with a baby became a powerful image. But her real story was more complicated than the simplified image often presented. She was not simply a symbol. She was a person living through extraordinary circumstances. She belonged to a native community. She had her own experiences. She traveled with her husband and young child. She encountered people and places that would become part of American history. Her role reminds us that the expedition was never simply a story of two explorers. It involved families, native peoples, interpreters, soldiers, guides, and many others. The child who crossed a continent, Jean-Baptiste Charbonneau, was still very young when he crossed the continent. He experienced the journey before he could understand its historical significance. For him, the rivers and mountains were simply the world around him. Yet later generations would remember that a baby had traveled with the expedition. His presence also changed the way some native communities viewed the travelers. A group containing a woman and child could appear less threatening than a military force. That mattered during diplomatic encounters. Sometimes small details influenced large events. The people at the edge of the map for native nations farther west. The arrival of American explorers was only one event among many. They already had relationships with neighboring nations. They already traded. They already traveled. They already had political systems. They already knew the geography. The arrival of outsiders created new possibilities and new dangers. Some native leaders saw opportunities to gain access to American trade. Others worried about what increasing American influence might mean. Some tried to maintain balance between different foreign powers. The West was becoming a place of increasingly complicated diplomacy. Diplomacy and survival. Diplomacy was not merely polite conversation. For native nations, political relationships could determine access to trade, security, and territory. A leader had to think about neighboring nations, European interests, American interests, traditional enemies, potential allies, economic opportunities, military threats. The expedition entered this world without fully understanding all of its complexity. But it encountered enough to realize that the West was politically sophisticated. The Missouri, as a political border, the Missouri River became more than a transportation route. It became a meeting place. Different cultures crossed its waters. Different economies touched its banks. Different political interests met along its course. American traders traveled there. Native communities lived there. Fur companies would later establish posts. Government officials would follow. The river became one of the major corridors through which the changing West could be experienced. The quiet transformation. The transformation did not happen overnight. There was no single morning when the Old West suddenly disappeared. Instead, changes accumulated. One trading post, one expedition, one new road, one new settlement, one treaty, one new traveler, one new shipment of goods, one new political agreement, one new conflict. Year after year, the landscape of human relationships changed. That is often how history works, not as one dramatic event, but as thousands of smaller changes. The fur trappers. The mountain fur trade became especially important. Trappers traveled into remote regions. They lived for months or years far from established settlements. They followed native trails. They learned from native hunters. They traded for supplies. Some formed families within native communities. These men often became cultural intermediaries. They could speak multiple languages. They understood local customs. They knew mountain routes. They lived between worlds. Their lives were difficult and often dangerous. The mountains are not empty to a newcomer. The Rockies could seem almost impossible, but native travelers had routes through them. They knew where passes existed. They knew where rivers descended. They knew which valleys provided shelter. They knew seasonal patterns. The mountains were not a wall. They were a landscape with pathways. The explorers' achievement was partly their ability to learn those pathways. Later travelers would use the same knowledge. A winter morning. Imagine a winter morning somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. Snow covers the ground. The air is painfully cold. Smoke rises from a small fire. A traveler wraps himself in a heavy blanket. Nearby, horses wait patiently. The mountains rise on every side. There is no road, no sign, no modern shelter, only tracks in the snow. Someone who knows the country looks at those tracks and understands something. The route is possible. The journey can continue. Knowledge turns a frightening landscape into a navigable one. The people who knew the way. This was one of the most important lessons of the expedition. The explorers often survived because someone else knew the way. A guide could recognize a trail. An interpreter could explain a conversation. A hunter could find food. A native leader could establish peaceful relations. A trader could provide supplies. A family could offer shelter. The expedition was never truly alone. Even when the landscape seemed empty, human knowledge surrounded them. The myth of the lone explorer. Later stories sometimes presented explorers as solitary heroes. A man stands alone on a mountain. A map lies in his hand. The wilderness stretches before him. It is a powerful image. But real exploration was rarely so simple. Explorers depended on guides. They depended on local knowledge. They depended on companions. They depended on supplies. They depended on people who had already traveled those routes. Lewis and Clark were courageous. But courage did not make them independent of everyone else. A different kind of courage. Sometimes courage meant asking for help. Sometimes it meant admitting uncertainty. Sometimes it meant entering a village where nobody spoke your language. Sometimes it meant trusting a guide. Sometimes it meant wading through a storm instead of moving forward. Exploration was not always about moving quickly. Sometimes survival required patience. The expedition learned this repeatedly. The long shadow of expansion. As more Americans moved west, native nations faced increasing pressure. Land became more valuable to outsiders. Trade routes became more important. Government officials wanted greater control. Settlers wanted farms. Businesses wanted resources. The West became increasingly connected to American economic life. But the people already living there did not simply surrender their interests. They negotiated, they resisted, they adapted, they formed alliances, they defended their communities. The history that followed was shaped by this interaction. Treaties became one of the major tools used by the United States in dealing with native nations. In theory, treaties established agreements between sovereign governments. They could define territories, they could establish peace, they could regulate trade, they could establish promises. But treaties were not always honored equally. Some were later changed, some were broken. Some were interpreted differently by different sides. The history of Western expansion, therefore, includes not only exploration, but also the complicated history of treaty relationships. The West changes shape over time. The map changed. Territories received new names. Boundaries shifted. Settlements appeared. Trading posts became towns. Trails became roads. Rivers carried more boats. Eventually, railroads would cross landscapes that had once taken months to traverse. The transformation was enormous. Yet beneath these changes, older histories remained. A modern town might stand near an ancient native trail. A highway might follow an old route. A city might grow beside a river that had carried native travelers for thousands of years. The modern landscape often sits directly on top of older histories. The story of survival. It is easy to tell the story of Western expansion as if one world disappeared and another replaced it. Reality was more complicated. Native peoples survived. They adapted. They resisted. They maintained families. They preserved traditions. They fought to protect languages. They rebuilt communities after enormous losses. They continued into the modern era. The story of the West is therefore not simply a story of disappearance. It is also a story of survival. The memory of the expedition for native descendants. The expedition can be remembered differently from the way it is remembered in traditional American stories. The explorers may be famous, but the people who met them were living through their own histories. Their communities had their own concerns, their own leaders, their own futures. The expedition entered those histories. It did not replace them. This is why looking at the expedition from multiple perspectives gives us a richer understanding. A river at sunset. The sun drops toward the horizon. The Missouri glows beneath the evening light. A group of travelers moves along the shore. The river is calm. Birds cross the sky. The grass moves gently in the wind. It looks almost exactly like the kind of scene Lewis and Clark might have seen. Yet imagine all the history that would eventually unfold here. Trade, settlements, conflicts, bridges, railroads, cities. The landscape remains. Human history changes around it. Expedition as a beginning. The expedition is often presented as an ending. The United States had acquired territory. Lewis and Clark explored it. They returned. Mission accomplished. But it was actually a beginning. It began a new period of American geographic knowledge. It encouraged further exploration. It strengthened Western trade. It increased government interest. It influenced future travelers. And it became part of the larger story of American expansion. The journey ended. The consequences continued. What the explorers could not know, Lewis and Clark could not know that people centuries later would study their journals. They could not know that historians would debate their decisions. They could not know that children would learn their names in school. They could not know that roads, parks, monuments, and institutions would later carry their names. They could not know how dramatically the West would change. They were living in their own present. The future was invisible. That is true for every generation. We live inside history without knowing which moments will become important. The lasting power of a journey. A journey becomes powerful when it changes how people understand the world. Lewis and Clark changed that understanding. Before their expedition, the Western interior was largely unfamiliar to many Americans. Afterward, there was a much clearer picture. The West had rivers, mountains, plains, forests, animals, communities, trade routes, and possibilities. The map became more detailed. The imagination became larger, but imagination has consequences. Once people imagine a place as reachable, they may want to go there. Once they imagine land as available, they may want to claim it. Once they see resources, they may want to extract them. Once they see a route, they may want to build upon it. The expedition opened the imagination of the United States. That was part of its historical importance. But the consequences of that imagination were not equally positive for everyone. The night before another journey. Imagine a traveler preparing to leave an eastern settlement years after Lewis and Clark returned. He studies a map. He has heard stories about the Missouri. He has heard that the mountains can be crossed. He has heard about rivers leading toward the Pacific. He packs supplies. He checks his equipment. Then he looks west. The journey that once seemed impossible now seems possible. That is the power of information. Someone else's journey can make your journey imaginable. The old trail. The traveler eventually reaches a trail. It is not marked. There is no sign. But someone has walked it before. Perhaps native hunters, perhaps traders, perhaps another explorer. The trail crosses the landscape. The traveler follows. He may believe he is entering the unknown, but the trail itself tells another story. Someone already knew the way. Someone had walked here. Someone had survived here. Someone had left knowledge behind. The West speaks quietly. The land does not announce its history. A mountain does not explain who climbed it first. A river does not tell you who lived beside it. A trail does not tell you every person who walked there. History has to be searched for. It exists in journals, in oral traditions, in archaeological evidence, in place names, in family stories, in landscapes. The expedition left written records. But the land itself contains older records. The journey's deepest legacy, perhaps the deepest legacy of Lewis and Clark, is not that they traveled farther than most Americans of their time. It is that their journey revealed how interconnected the continent already was. The rivers connected communities. The trails connected mountains and plains. Trade connected distant nations. Languages crossed borders. Information traveled. People adapted. The continent was never isolated. It was already a network. The expedition simply entered that network and documented part of it. The fire and the river. Another night arrives. The fire burns beside the water. The travelers sit quietly. The river reflects the moonlight. There is a sense of distance. Behind them are thousands of miles. Ahead are thousands more years of history. The men do not know what will happen. They only know that morning will come. The fire will be rebuilt. The boats will move. The trail will continue. And eventually, another generation will follow. What remains? The expedition left behind more than maps. It left questions. Who owns land? What does discovery mean? How should different nations deal with one another? How should history remember people whose voices were not written down? What happens when knowledge leads to expansion? What happens when two different ideas of homeland meet? These questions did not disappear when the expedition ended. They remain part of American history. The continent after Lewis and Clark, the West, would become more connected to the United States. But it would never become simple. It would remain a place of different cultures, different languages, different political interests, different memories, different ideas about land. The story of Lewis and Clark, therefore, cannot be reduced to a single sentence. It was an expedition, a scientific journey, a diplomatic mission, a geographic exploration, a cultural encounter, and the beginning of consequences that would continue for generations. The quiet end of the day. The final light disappears from the sky. The river becomes dark. The wind grows colder. The camp is silent. Someone pulls a blanket closer. Someone checks the fire. Someone looks toward the stars. The journey continues tomorrow, but tonight there is peace. The continent is enormous. The human world within it is even more complicated. Yet for one quiet moment, everything is still. The river flows. The fire burns. The stars shine, and the old trails disappear into the darkness. The story continues. Lewis and Clark eventually became names known across the United States. But their expedition was never only about Lewis and Clark. It was about the people who guided them, the people who traded with them, the people who fed them, the people who challenged them, the people who watched them pass, the people whose homelands they crossed, and the generations who lived with the consequences. That is why the expedition remains important. Not simply because two explorers crossed America, but because their journey captured a moment when worlds were meeting more closely than ever before. The men continued east. The river carried them home. The journals were closed. The maps were drawn. The expedition became history. But the West continued to change. New travelers followed. New communities appeared. Old communities fought to survive. New roads crossed ancient trails, and the continent carried all of these histories together. The mountains still stood in the distance. The rivers still moved toward the sea. The grass still bent beneath the wind. And beneath the changing world, the old trails remained, quiet, almost invisible. but still there. A reminder that long before the expedition arrived, people already knew the way. The West remembers years past, and the expedition slowly became something larger than the men who had taken part in it. The young nation continued to grow. The Western horizon continued to attract attention. And the stories brought home from the expedition continued to influence the way Americans imagined the continent. But there was another story unfolding at the same time. The native nations who had welcomed, questioned, traded with, or watched the expedition were still living their lives. Their children were growing up. Their leaders were making decisions. Their hunters were following familiar trails. Their families were moving with the seasons. Their communities were adapting to a world that was beginning to change around them. The expedition had passed through their lands, but the people remained. The first American visitors were not the last. Lewis and Clark had been unusual visitors. They were organized. They carried government instructions. They had weapons. They had scientific equipment. They kept detailed journals. They wanted information. Later visitors would come for different reasons. A trader might want furs. A missionary might want converts. A government official might want political agreements. A settler might want farmland. A soldier might be sent to protect American interests. Each visitor changed the relationship between the United States and the West. The first expedition had been temporary. The larger movement would not be. A new generation learns. The trails people who followed began learning from those who had traveled before them. A trader could hear about a safe route from another trader. A mountain traveler could learn the location of a pass from a native guide. A traveler could find a river because someone else had described it. Knowledge moved from person to person. The West became easier to cross because every journey left something behind. A trail, a map, a story, a name, a warning, a memory. The continent itself became a kind of library. The map on the wall. Imagine a small room somewhere in the United States. A map hangs on the wall. The Mississippi River is drawn clearly. The Missouri stretches westward. The Rocky Mountains appear as a long chain. Far beyond them lies the Pacific. Someone stands before the map and traces the route with a finger. They imagine the journey. They imagine the distance. They imagine the mountains. The map makes the continent seem understandable, but the real landscape is much larger. A line on paper cannot show exhaustion. It cannot show hunger. It cannot show fear. It cannot show the sound of a river at night. It cannot show a native village welcoming strangers. It cannot show the complicated emotions of crossing another people's homeland. The map is useful, but the journey is deeper. The difference between territory and home. For a government, territory can be measured. It can be placed on a map. It can be divided into districts. It can be governed. But for a community, homeland can be something much more personal. It can be where ancestors lived, where children were raised, where traditional stories took place, where people gathered food, where important ceremonies occurred, where families remembered those who had died. Two people can look at the same valley and see completely different things. One may see territory, another may see home. This difference would shape much of the history that followed the slow arrival of change. The transformation of the West was not immediate. At first, there might be only a few traders, then a small trading post, then another group of travelers, then a government expedition, then more settlers. Each arrival seemed small, but together they created a pattern. The number of outsiders increased. The economic relationships changed. Political pressure increased. Native communities had to respond. Some adapted successfully, some resisted, some tried to negotiate, some moved, others faced conflict. The future was arriving one person at a time. The people who chose cooperation. Not every relationship became hostile. There were many examples of cooperation. Native people traded with newcomers. They shared information. They provided horses. They guided travelers. They worked as interpreters. They established friendships. Newcomers also traded goods and sometimes formed long-lasting relationships with native communities. These relationships were real. They should not be erased simply because later history became more difficult. Human relationships are often complicated. Friendship and conflict can exist within the same larger history. The people who chose resistance. Other native nations recognized the dangers of increasing American influence. They had seen what could happen when outsiders demanded land. They understood that trade could become political dependence. They knew that new diseases could be devastating. They knew that settlers might eventually follow traders. Some communities therefore resisted. Resistance could take many forms: refusing agreements, defending territory, building alliances, controlling trade routes, negotiating from a position of strength, and sometimes eventually fighting. Resistance was not simply rejection. It was often an attempt to protect a homeland. The river keeps moving. The Missouri did not care about political boundaries. It continued flowing. Spring floods changed its banks. Summer heat warmed its waters. Autumn cooled the surrounding grasslands. Winter froze parts of the landscape. Generations came and went. The river remained. Lewis and Clark had followed it. Traders followed it. Native communities had lived beside it for generations. Later, towns and cities would rise along it. The river connected all these histories. A family beside the water. Imagine a native family living beside a river. A child plays near the shore. An older relative prepares food. Someone repairs equipment. Another person watches the water. They have lived here for generations. The river is familiar. They know where fish gather. They know when the water rises. They know where the best crossing is. Then, one day, a distant group appears. The strangers are carrying unfamiliar equipment. They speak a different language. The family watches. This is the kind of ordinary moment that can become historically important later. But at the time, it is simply a group of strangers approaching. The first impression. Lewis and Clark often had to think carefully about first impressions. How should they approach? Should they display weapons? Should they offer gifts? Who should speak? Who should translate? How should they explain their purpose? Diplomacy required judgment. The wrong action could create fear. The right action could create trust. The expedition learned that communication was not simply about words. It was about behavior. Gifts and meaning. The expedition carried gifts partly because gifts were an important part of diplomatic relationships. A medal, a piece of clothing, a tool, something unfamiliar. These objects could carry meaning, but their meaning depended on the people receiving them. A gift from one culture might not have the same significance in another. Diplomacy required more than handing someone an object. It required understanding the relationship behind the exchange. The knowledge of food. Food was one of the expedition's constant concerns. The men had to hunt. They had to fish. They had to preserve supplies. They had to understand which plants were useful. Native knowledge could make an enormous difference. People living in the region knew what could be eaten. They knew when certain foods appeared. They knew where animals traveled. They knew how to prepare local resources. A traveler could carry plenty of equipment and still starve if he did not understand the environment. The great herds. The expedition encountered enormous herds of animals. Among the most remarkable were bison. To men accustomed to eastern landscapes, the sight could be overwhelming. Thousands of animals could move across the plains. The herds were part of a larger ecological system. Native peoples had developed sophisticated ways of hunting them. Bison provided meat. Their hides could become clothing and shelter. Their bones could become tools. Almost every part of the animal could be useful. The animal was not merely a resource. It was part of the life of the plains. A plains evening. The sun lowers over the grass. The sky becomes golden. A herd of bison moves slowly across the distance. Dust rises beneath their feet. The wind carries the sound of the herd. A traveler watches from far away. For a moment, the land seems endless. There are no fences, no paved roads, no distant city lights, only grass, animals, sky, and mountains. This was one of the worlds Lewis and Clark encountered. It would eventually change dramatically. The fragility of the landscape. The explorers saw abundance. But abundance can disappear. As more outsiders arrived, hunting increased. Commercial demand grew, settlements expanded. The balance between people and wildlife began to change. The later destruction of the great bison herds would become one of the most devastating transformations of the plains. Lewis and Clark could not have imagined that future. To them, the herds seemed almost endless. But nature's abundance is not always permanent. The scientific journey. The expedition was also a scientific mission. The men collected information about plants and animals. They described unfamiliar species. They recorded weather. They measured distances. They observed geography. Their work contributed to American scientific knowledge, but even scientific observation depended on local knowledge. Native people often knew animals and plants intimately. They understood seasonal patterns that outsiders were only beginning to record. The expedition's scientific record therefore existed alongside thousands of years of indigenous environmental knowledge. The night sky at night. The sky over the west could appear enormous. Without modern lights, stars would fill the darkness. The explorers could navigate partly by the sky. Native travelers had their own traditions of understanding the heavens. The same stars were visible to everyone. Different cultures interpreted them differently. The sky was another place where different worlds could share the same physical environment while understanding it in different ways. The journey changes the travelers. A person who spends years traveling cannot return exactly as they left. The expedition members had developed new skills. They had learned to live with uncertainty. They had seen landscapes that most Americans would never see. They had encountered languages they had never heard before. They had met people whose lives were organized differently from their own. The journey expanded their understanding, but it also gave them memories that would be difficult to explain to people who had never traveled beyond the familiar world. The story becomes national eventually. The expedition became part of the national story. Schools would teach it. Books would describe it. Artists would depict it. Historians would study it. The names Lewis and Clark would become symbols of exploration. But national stories often select certain details. They celebrate courage, discovery, adventure, achievement. Sometimes they leave out uncertainty, dependence, cultural complexity, and the perspectives of people who were already living in the places being explored. A fuller history must include all of these. The importance of remembering does not require turning heroes into villains. It requires seeing the whole picture. Lewis and Clark accomplished something extraordinary. They also entered lands already occupied by native nations. They relied upon native knowledge. Their expedition contributed to greater American interest in the West. That interest eventually produced enormous changes. All of these statements can be true at the same time. History does not need to be simple. In fact, its complexity is what makes it worth studying. The long road ahead. The United States continued moving west. The next decades would bring enormous changes. New territories would be organized. New settlements would appear. New conflicts would erupt. New treaties would be negotiated. The relationship between the United States and native nations would become increasingly strained in many regions. The West that Lewis and Clark had seen would slowly become a different world. Yet many of the old patterns remained. Rivers still carried travelers. Trails still guided movement. Trade still connected communities. Knowledge still passed from one person to another. The old trail beneath the new road. Imagine a modern road crossing the American West. Cars move quickly. People travel hundreds of miles in a day. But beneath that road might be an older trail. Long before engines, people walked there. Horses traveled there. Hunters crossed. Families moved. Traders passed. Perhaps Lewis and Clark traveled somewhere nearby. The modern road seems new. The landscape is ancient. History does not disappear. It layers itself. One path replaces another. One generation builds over another. A final lesson from the expedition. The expedition teaches us something about every journey. No traveler enters an empty world. Every place has a history. Every river has been used. Every mountain has been named. Every trail has a story. Every community has memories. Even when we do not know those histories, they exist. Lewis and Clark traveled through places unfamiliar to them. But those places were not unfamiliar to the people who lived there. The difference between those two ideas is perhaps one of the most important lessons of the entire expedition. The firelight. The fire burns quietly. The men sit around it. One speaks softly. Another laughs. Someone looks toward the river. The day's journey is finished. The stars are bright. The mountains are dark silhouettes against the sky. Nobody knows what the next century will bring. Nobody knows how many travelers will follow. Nobody knows how many towns will rise. Nobody knows how much the landscape will change. Tonight there is only the fire and the river. And the stars. The West continues. The expedition moves forward in history. The maps travel east. The stories spread. The knowledge reaches new ears, and the West becomes increasingly important to the United States. But the West itself continues to belong to many histories: native histories, American histories, European histories, family histories, trade histories, environmental histories. The same river can appear in all of them. The same mountain can carry different meanings. The same journey can be remembered in different ways. That is what makes the story endure. The lasting image: picture Lewis and Clark standing on a high ridge. Below them is an enormous landscape. A river winds through the valley. Grass stretches toward the horizon. Mountains rise in the distance. The men look west. They have no idea what the future will bring. They only know that they have traveled farther than almost anyone from their country has traveled before. But behind them, the landscape is not empty. It is filled with people, trails, villages, memories, and ahead of them is not simply a wilderness. It is another world of people and places they have yet to understand. They continue, step by step, river by river, mountain by mountain, until the Pacific appears. And even when they finally see the ocean, the journey is not truly finished. Because a journey can end geographically while continuing historically. Their footsteps disappear. Their journals remain. The rivers continue. The mountains stand. And the people whose homelands they crossed continue their own stories. The West remembers quietly, not through one voice, but through many. And somewhere beneath the modern landscape, beneath roads and buildings and bridges, the old trails still lead across the continent. They remind us that Lewis and Clark did not begin the story of the American West. They entered a story that was already thousands of years old, and for a brief moment, they became part of it. The road beyond the mountains, the story continued long after the expedition disappeared from the trails. The men had returned to a country that was already beginning to change. News traveled, maps circulated, traders moved farther west, and the possibility of crossing the continent no longer seemed impossible. For generations, people had looked toward the western horizon and wondered what lay beyond it. Now there were written descriptions, there were routes, there were measurements, there were names, there were stories. The unknown had become partly known. But knowledge did not make the West simple. It only made the next questions more important. The men who followed after Lewis and Clark, other travelers, entered the same landscapes. Some were experienced hunters, some were traders, some were government representatives. Some were adventurers. They carried supplies and weapons, but they also carried something else: information. They knew more than the travelers who had come before them. They knew that rivers could be followed. They knew certain mountain passes existed. They knew where trading relationships could be established. They knew that native communities could provide valuable knowledge. Each journey became easier because of earlier journeys. But the first knowledge had often come from people who had lived there for generations. The mountain men, the men who entered the Rocky Mountains in search of fur, lived difficult lives. They traveled far from towns. They endured extreme weather. They hunted animals. They repaired their own equipment. They sometimes spent months without seeing an established settlement. Some became deeply familiar with native cultures. They learned languages. They traded. They married into native communities. They learned to survive in environments that could kill an inexperienced traveler. Their lives were very different from those of ordinary settlers in the East. They lived according to the rhythm of the mountains. A winter camp, snow covered the valley. A small shelter stood beneath the trees. Inside, a fire provided warmth. Outside, the wind moved through the branches. A traveler checked his supplies. There was not much left. He knew that the next trading opportunity might be weeks away. He knew the mountains could become dangerous. He also knew that native travelers had crossed this country long before him. The trail was narrow, but it was there. He followed it. The knowledge of survival. A person unfamiliar with the mountains could easily make fatal mistakes. They might travel too late in the season. They might choose the wrong pass. They might fail to find water. They might underestimate the cold. They might become lost. Native knowledge could prevent these mistakes. People knew where to go, when to travel, when to stop, what to eat, where animals moved, where shelter could be found. This knowledge was not written in a book. It was learned through experience. And experience was one of the most valuable resources in the West. The changing trade. The fur trade connected distant places. A pelt taken in the mountains could eventually reach a distant market. Manufactured goods traveled in the opposite direction. Metal tools, clothing, weapons, other trade goods. Native communities participated actively. They were not passive observers. They negotiated. They chose what to trade. They decided which relationships were useful. They sometimes competed with neighboring nations. Trade could strengthen a community, but dependence on outside goods could also create vulnerabilities. The balance was complicated. A trading post. Imagine a small trading post beside a river. Several people are gathered outside. Bundles of goods are stacked nearby. Horses stand in the distance. Native traders approach. A conversation begins. Different languages mix. Hands point toward objects. Prices are negotiated. News is exchanged. Someone mentions a distant group. Someone else asks about a mountain route. Information travels along with goods. The post is not simply a store. It is a meeting point, a place where different worlds overlap. The importance of news before modern communication. Information traveled with people. A traveler arriving from hundreds of miles away might bring important news. A native leader could learn about events in another region. A trader could hear about changing political relationships. A government official could receive information about local conditions. A traveler could warn others about dangerous routes. The West was connected by information long before telegraphs or railroads. People themselves were the communication system. The expanding American government. As the United States grew, its government became increasingly interested in the West. Officials wanted information. They wanted to know where native nations lived. They wanted to understand trade. They wanted to establish political relationships. They wanted to strengthen American influence. The expedition of Lewis and Clark had provided an important foundation, but the government would send more expeditions. More maps would be created. More reports would be written. The West would become increasingly documented. A different kind of exploration. The explorers who came later were sometimes more specialized. Some studied geology, some studied plants, some mapped rivers, some studied animals. Some were interested in military geography. The continent was being examined from many different perspectives. Every expedition added knowledge. The map became more detailed. But the human landscape remained just as complicated. The land beneath the map. A map might show a river, but beside that river might be a native village. A mountain might have a traditional name. A valley might contain a sacred place. A hunting ground might be essential to a community's survival. The map could show none of these things. That is why maps can be powerful and dangerous. They simplify. They make complicated landscapes appear easy to control. The real world is always more complicated than the lines drawn on paper. The arrival of settlers. Eventually, traders were followed by settlers. Some families traveled west because they wanted farmland. Others wanted new opportunities. Some simply wanted a different life. They heard stories about open country. They heard about rivers. They heard about fertile valleys. They heard about opportunities. The journey was difficult, but compared with earlier generations, more information was available. The West was no longer completely unknown. People knew where they were going, or at least they believed they did. The first cabin. Imagine a family building a small cabin. Trees are cut, logs are stacked, a roof is constructed. The family begins planting. Children explore nearby. The settlement is tiny. There may be no other Americans for miles, but the family is not alone. Native people live nearby. Their trails cross the landscape. Their hunting grounds surround the settlement. Their understanding of the region is far older. The arrival of one cabin may seem insignificant, but thousands of cabins can change a landscape. The growing pressure. As more settlers arrived, the demand for land increased. A single family might need only a small area. A growing community needed much more. Roads were built, fields expanded, forests were cleared, animals were hunted. Native hunting grounds became smaller. Political pressure increased. The relationship between settlers and native nations became increasingly difficult in many places. The West was changing from a place of occasional contact into a place of permanent settlement. The meaning of expansion. Expansion was often described in positive language: opportunity, progress, civilization, growth. But those words did not describe everyone's experience. For some, expansion meant a new home. For others, it meant losing an old one. For some, it meant economic opportunity. For others, it meant shrinking access to traditional resources. For some, it meant roads and towns. For others, it meant the destruction of familiar landscapes. The same historical event could create hope for one person and fear for another. The old trails become roads. Trails that native people had used for generations became routes for newcomers. The paths were practical. They followed rivers. They crossed easier terrain. They connected valleys. Later travelers often assumed they had discovered the best routes. But the route was often old. The landscape itself had guided people toward the easiest passage. Native travelers had learned these routes through generations of experience. The new roads were frequently built on older knowledge. A journey that once took months, Lewis and Clark needed years to complete their expedition. Future travelers would become faster. Better equipment would help. More established routes would help. Trading posts would help. Later, roads would help. Eventually, railroads would transform travel completely. The continent would shrink in practical distance. Places that once required months of travel could eventually be reached much more quickly. The physical geography did not change. Human technology changed the meaning of distance. The coming railroad. Lewis and Clark could never have imagined a railroad crossing the continent. They knew rivers. They knew trails. They knew horses. They knew boats. The idea of machines carrying people across thousands of miles would have seemed extraordinary. Yet generations later, railroads would cross the same landscapes. The sound of engines would replace the quiet rhythm of pack animals. Towns would appear along the tracks. The West would become connected to national markets. The transformation would be enormous. The silence before the rails. Before the railroad, a traveler could spend days without seeing a large settlement. The soundscape was different. Wind, birds, animals, water, fire, hooves, human voices. The landscape seemed enormous because there was little technology to dominate it. After railroads arrived, the sound changed. Metal, steam, whistles, engines. The continent became louder, faster, more connected. The old world did not vanish completely, but it became increasingly difficult to find the bison herds. One of the greatest symbols of the plains was the bison. Lewis and Clark had seen enormous numbers. Later, commercial hunting would become increasingly destructive. Bison hides became valuable. Railroad expansion made transportation easier. Hunters could kill animals in enormous numbers. The herds that once seemed endless declined dramatically. This was not simply an environmental tragedy. It was also a cultural tragedy. Many native communities depended upon bison for food, clothing, shelter, tools, and spiritual traditions. When the herds disappeared, an entire way of life was severely damaged. A landscape transformed. Imagine standing on the plains decades after the expedition. Horizon still looks enormous. The grass still moves in the wind, but the great herds are fewer. A road crosses the landscape. A settlement stands in the distance. Smoke rises from a town. The world is familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. The geography remains. The human landscape has changed. This is what happens when history moves across a place. The native response. Native nations responded in different ways. Some resisted militarily. Some negotiated. Some attempted to preserve territory through treaties. Some adapted economically. Some moved. Some tried to preserve traditional practices under increasingly difficult circumstances. There was no single response because there was no single native nation. Each community had its own history, its own leaders, its own circumstances, its own strategy for survival. Survival through adaptation. Survival did not always mean fighting. Sometimes it meant adapting, learning new economic skills, using new technologies, negotiating with officials, moving when necessary. Protecting cultural traditions, teaching children, preserving language, maintaining community relationships. Native survival after American expansion is one of the most important parts of the broader story. The arrival of outsiders changed life, but it did not erase native identity. The children of the West children grew up in this changing world. Some were native children learning traditional knowledge. Some were children of settlers learning about the new environment. Some grew up between cultures. Their experiences were different. A child might learn to ride a horse from one family member and read an American school book from another. A child might know two languages. A child might hear stories about a world that had already changed. The next generation inherited both the old world and the new one. Stories around the fire at night. Stories were told. An elder might describe a journey from long ago. A parent might remember a difficult winter. A traveler might describe a distant city. Someone might tell the story of Lewis and Clark. The details could change. Different communities remembered events differently. But storytelling kept history alive. A written journal preserves words. A spoken story preserves meaning. Both are ways of remembering. The expedition in American memory. As the 19th century continued, the Lewis and Clark expedition became increasingly symbolic. Their journey represented courage, curiosity, adventure, science, national ambition. The explorers were placed into a larger story about the growth of the United States. That story became popular, but the older histories of the places they crossed were sometimes pushed into the background. Remembering the expedition accurately means bringing those histories back into view. The question of discovery. The word discovery can be complicated. Lewis and Clark discovered many things for American science. They documented species. They mapped landscapes. They recorded geographic information. They described communities. But they did not discover the continent itself. The continent had been inhabited for thousands of years. Its rivers already had names. Its mountains already had stories. Trails already existed. Its people already knew how to survive there. The explorers discovered a world that was new to them. That is an important difference. The long journey of knowledge. Knowledge moves from one person to another, from one generation to another, from one language to another. The expedition collected knowledge. It transformed some of that knowledge into written records. Those records influenced later travelers. Later travelers created new records. Eventually, historians studied all of them. Knowledge continued moving. The expedition itself became part of a chain. It was not the beginning. It was not the end. It was one link. A modern traveler. Imagine someone today standing beside the Missouri River. The landscape may look peaceful. There may be roads nearby. A town may be visible. Modern buildings may stand in the distance. But if that traveler closes their eyes, they can imagine another time. Canoes, horses, campfires, bison, native villages, explorers, traders. The river has seen all of them. The water does not remember in the human sense, but the landscape carries evidence of every generation. The mountains remain far away. The Rocky Mountains still rise. Their peaks are covered with snow. Their valleys still contain rivers. Their forests still change with the seasons. Modern travelers can reach them by roads. Airplanes can cross above them. Tourists can photograph them. But the mountains remain immense. Lewis and Clark saw them without modern technology. They walked through passes. They carried supplies. They struggled through snow. They depended upon guides. The same mountains witnessed all of it. The meaning of distance today. A person can cross the United States in a matter of hours by airplane. That can make the expedition difficult to imagine. The explorers traveled slowly. Every mile had to be earned. Every river crossing required effort. Every mountain required time. Every storm could delay them. Distance was not simply a number. Distance was physical effort. The expedition experienced the continent at walking speed. That allowed them to notice details. Modern travelers often miss the sound of the river. Perhaps one of the strongest memories was the sound of water. At night, the river continued moving. It did not care whether the expedition was tired. It did not care whether the men were afraid. It simply flowed. For travelers, the sound could become comforting. They knew that water meant life. It meant direction. It meant possibility. The river was both obstacle and guide. It had carried them west. Now it carried them. Final camp. Imagine one of the expedition's final camps. The men are tired. Their equipment shows the marks of years of use. Clothing is worn. Weapons have been used repeatedly. The journals are filled. The maps are more complete. They know the journey is almost over. There is perhaps a strange feeling, relief, excitement, sadness. The wilderness that once seemed endless is now behind them. They are returning to a different world. When the journey becomes a story once home, the expedition stops being an experience and becomes a story. People ask questions. The explorers answer. Some listeners imagine themselves traveling west. Others are amazed by the distances. Some are interested in science. Some are interested in trade, some are interested in land. The same story creates different reactions. And slowly, the expedition becomes part of national imagination, but the West does not belong to the storyteller. One danger of famous stories is that they can make the storyteller appear to own the place being described. Lewis and Clark wrote about the West, but writing about a place does not make it yours. They described native nations, but describing a people does not make you their authority. They mapped rivers, but mapping a river does not erase the people who depend on it. The distinction between describing and possessing is crucial. The generations that followed children who were born after the expedition grew up hearing about it. Some would become travelers themselves, some would become traders, some would become settlers, some would become soldiers, some would become scientists. The expedition became part of the foundation of Western exploration. The next generation stood on the knowledge of the previous one. That is how history moves. Each generation inherits information, then uses it to shape the next. The old world and the new. The West became a meeting place between an older world and an expanding American world. The older world was not primitive, it was complex. It contained political systems, trade networks, agricultural knowledge, environmental knowledge, religious traditions, languages, art, technology. The newer American presence brought different systems. The two worlds interacted, sometimes peacefully, sometimes uneasily, sometimes violently. The resulting history was complicated because both sides were complex. The journey was never alone. This may be the most important truth to remember. Lewis and Clark were never truly alone, even when they walked through